Sergeants, can you please start your recordings?
That's what training's
Recordings are
supposed to be.
Sergeant Martinez, you may continue with your opening.
Good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council joint hearing of the Committee on Education and the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addiction. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or off. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Okay, good morning and welcome to today's virtual hearing. I'm Councilmember Mark Traeger, Chair of the Education Committee. I'd like to thank my colleague, Councilmember Diana Ayala, Chair of the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addiction, for holding this critically important joint hearing. Last week, the Committee on Education joined the Health Committee to examine the reopening of schools under a health and safety lens. Today's oversight topic is reopening New York City public schools, impact on students with disabilities. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, ensures that students with disabilities are provided with free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. IDEA enshrines in law that students with disabilities have the same educational rights and opportunities as their peers without disabilities. COVID-19 does not abdicate this responsibility. In fact, when the CARES Act was passed and the United States Department of Education was asked to recommend waivers to IDEA to meet the challenges created by COVID, the department did not recommend any changes to the core tenets of IDEA, a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. The department held that through ingenuity, innovation, and grit, educators and schools can continue to faithfully educate every one of its students. Students with disabilities account for approximately 20% of the 1.1 million students in New York City school system. Yet only 84% of students with disabilities are receiving their services in their IEPs in full, and they graduate at lower rates than their non-disabled peers, drop out of school at higher rates, and have a much lower reading proficiency. And that was before COVID-19 hit this country. That bears worth repeating. Despite IDEA, those data points are from when schools were functioning prior to the pandemic. COVID-19 has shone a bright light on the inequities we knew already existed and will only worsen the academic achievement of students with disabilities. All throughout the summer months, as the debate around school reopening raged across this country, I argued forcefully that the administration carefully and prudently reopen New York City schools, and to do so with full funding available and to follow the science. I released my own school reopening proposal on July 24th. In that proposal, I called for a phased reopening of New York City schools with a priority on early childhood and elementary school students for in-person instruction 5 days a week, with the option to opt out, and that was to also include children with IEPs. The mayor, of course, has his own plan and own proposal. Well, several different plans as the reopening of schools lurched forward like a broken down car on the highway. Everyone understands the unprecedented challenges faced in March. No district was prepared for a full system shutdown necessitating immediate remote learning. But it is October 23rd, 2020. We had all spring and summer to figure things out. DOE engaged the services of a consultant agency. The mayor recently declared all is well. However, recent and frequent mayoral mishaps prove otherwise. All is not well for any of our city's 1.1 million students, and it is definitely nowhere near well for our students with disabilities who have already been historically neglected under the current education system. I acknowledged it at last week's hearing, and I will do so here again. I appreciate the hard work of our chancellor, his senior cabinet, many in DOE central staff, school leaders, teachers, paraprofessionals, custodians, in our entire school communities, all the school-based staff for their hard work that they have put in. Again, especially at the school level when they have to operationalize everything. Especially those employees on the ground trying to make sense of everything for our students and their families. No one can deny that they are not trying to make this work, but they are hampered by a micromanaging mayor who can't either see the issues or simply refuses to acknowledge them. Today's hearing is about coming clean and providing answers to questions to shed a harsh light on the impact this pandemic has had on students with disabilities. These committees want to know the services being received, the safety measures being taken, the accommodations being given to students with disabilities as it pertains to mandates like face coverings or mask wearing and social distancing. We sent the administration a list of questions for today's hearing on Tuesday with an updated list sent yesterday. I look forward to all questions being answered here today on the record. For those gaps in services and technology that are identified, and there will be, I know that I and my colleague, Chair Ayala, look forward with anticipation to hear remedial steps the department is engaging in to remedy the situation. The lost learning from this past spring, coupled with the learning gaps being experienced right now by students with disabilities, means the administration and the DOE must do a lot more, must redouble their efforts to provide students with disabilities an education equivalent to their non-disabled peers. I want to thank everyone who is testifying today. I want to thank the City Council staff for all their hard work they put into this hearing. Malcolm Butterhorn, Jan Atwell, Kalima Johnson, Chelsea Badamore, Macy's Sarkisian, Melissa Nunez, and Rose Martinez. I also want to thank my Chief of Staff, Anna Scaife, and my Policy Director, Vanessa Ogle. And with that, I want to recognize the council members who are here so far and then turn over to my colleague. We've been joined so far by council members Rose, Cabrera, Kredenchik, Lewis, Kalos, Levine, Brennan, Barron, Ampry Samuel, and Borelli. And with that, I will now turn it over to my co-chair, Council Member Diana Ayala.
Thank you, Chair Traeger. Good morning, everyone. I am Council Member Diana Ayala, Chair of the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addiction. First, I would like to thank Chair Traeger for co-chairing today's important hearing. I would also like to thank and acknowledge all of my fellow committee members who are here with us today at this remote hearing. In the best of times, the issues faced by the almost 231,000 New York City public school students with disabilities can present a variety of daily challenges. In some cases, despite the performance improvements, students with disabilities have not always been able to keep pace with their non-disabled peers because they have not been able to access a full complement of services that they are entitled to receive. For many, the COVID-19 pandemic has only highlighted and amplified these disparities. In fact, the transition to a remote learning environment has exacerbated educational and instructional disparities for many of our most vulnerable students. Remote learning simply does not work for all students. Particularly, it may not work for all students with disabilities. Some students with disabilities may require additional supplies, equipment, or material that they simply do not have at home or that their families cannot afford to purchase. Some students with disabilities may be unable to comfortably sit in front of a screen with blue light for many hours a day. Some students with disabilities may require a parent, guardian, or an adult to sit with them and assist them with remote learning, which places an impossible burden on working families. Additionally, many students receive services including physical occupational therapy and speech therapies that simply cannot be properly or adequately delivered via remote access. These services often require equipment or a hands-on approach. According to a recent study, among schools with hybrid schedules providing in-person instruction 1 to 3 days a week, with remote instructions being provided on other days, only 39% of the 150,000 students entitled to receive special services are able to access them on a regular basis. For students attending in-person schools, they may be returning to a school environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. Masked classmates and teachers, random medical testing without a familiar adult in the room, and an underlying fear of contracting a virus. These changes are scary for all children and students, but may be particularly challenging for students with cognitive impairment or autism spectrum disorders. Finally, a shortage of paraprofessionals and nurses to accompany District 75 students on yellow school buses have made it impossible for many students to get to school at all. As the Department of Education faces the challenges of finding sufficient staff to provide in-person related services for students with disabilities, we need to ensure that students don't regress due to the lack of in-person services and support, not only during the pandemic, but well beyond this crisis. So that going forward, there is a better system of educational service delivery waiting for all of our students, including those with disabilities. I want to thank the representatives from the administration who are here today and look forward to hearing about their commitment to ensuring that a quality education is accessible to all New York City public school students. I also look forward to hearing about what is being done to ensure that these services are delivered when and where they are needed, and the role that the City Council can play in supporting those efforts. I also want to thank my colleagues as well as my committee staff, Senior Counsel Sarah Liss, Legislative Policy Analyst Christy Dwyer, Finance Analyst Lauren Hunt, my Deputy Chief of Staff Michelle Cruz, my Chief of Staff Jose Rodriguez for making this hearing possible. Thank you all, and I look forward to a great discussion. I now turn it back to the Committee Council.
Thank you, chairs. I'm going to go over some procedural items. So thank you, Chairs Traeger and Chair Ayala. I'm Malcolm Budahorn, Counsel to the Education Committee of the New York City Council. I am also joined today by my colleague, Sarah Liss, Counsel to the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addictions. Before we begin testimony, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify. After you are called on, you will then be unmuted. I will be calling on witnesses to testify in panels, so please listen for your name to be called. I would like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, while you will be placed on a panel, I will be calling individuals to testify one at a time. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raised hand function in Zoom, and you will be called on in the order with which you raised your hand after the full panel has completed testimony. We will be limiting councilmember questions to 5 minutes. This includes both questions and answers. And for purposes of this virtual hearing, we will not be allowing a second round of questioning. For panelists for public testimony, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin after setting the timer. Please listen for that cue. All public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, please wrap up your comments so we can move to the next panelist. Please listen carefully and wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. I will now call on the following members of the administration to testify. Dr. Linda Chen, Chief Academic Officer, Christina Foti, Deputy Chief Academic Officer, John Hammer, Deputy Chief Executive Director of the Special Education Office, Ressie Dunn, Chief Strategy Officer, Lauren Siciliano, Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Sean Fitzpatrick, Senior Executive Director, Office of Pupil Transportation, Catherine Jebrlinik, Chief of Staff, Division of School Climate and Wellness, Elizabeth Stranzel, Director of Policy, Division of School Climate and Wellness, and Emily Liss, Chief Operating Officer, Early Childhood Education and Student Enrollment. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you to respond individually. If you could all please raise your right hand and make sure your video is activated. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions? Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Christina Foti?
Yes.
John Hammer?
Yes.
Ressie Dunn,
Yes.
Lauren Siciliano,
Yes.
Sean Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Catherine Jerlinik, and I apologize if I messed up your last name,
That's fine. Yes.
Elizabeth Stranzel,
She's not on.
okay, and Emily Liss. We can come back to her if she answers questions later. Thank you. Finally, for question time, due to the large number of administration officials present, any panelists that will be answering questions after Dr. Chen and Ms. Foti, if you could please state your name before you speak, therefore we'll make it clear in the official transcript who is speaking. Dr. Chen and Ms. Foti, you may begin when ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairs Traeger and Ayala, and all the members of the Education and Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addictions Committees here today. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Department of Education's reopening implementation as it relates to special education. And thank you to Chairs Traeger and Ayala, as well as the members of both committees, for your continued advocacy on behalf of all of our students, and particularly our students with disabilities. I am Linda Chen, the Chief Academic Officer for the DOE, and I'm joined today by Christina Foti, our Deputy Chief Academic Officer for Specialized Instruction and Student Support. Also joining me today are Lauren Siciliano, Chief Administrative Officer, Ressie Dunn, Chief Strategy Officer in the Office of the First Deputy Chancellor, Sean Fitzpatrick, Senior Executive Officer for the Office of Pupil Transportation, and members of the Special Education Department who are extraordinarily talented and dedicated to the work of serving our students with disabilities. Together, we look forward to the opportunity to share more about the work we are doing and to answer any questions that you might have today. In a moment, Christina will share a more detailed account of the DOE's efforts to support our students with individualized education programs, or IEPs, and their families during these unprecedented times. I want to start by sharing an overview of what we have been able to accomplish in partnership with our families and educators, and with the support of the City Council. This administration is committed to meeting the needs of roughly 200,000 students with disability in community school districts and in District 75, or D75. Since March, students with IEPs have been at the forefront of our planning, both for blended learning last spring and for return in-person school and services. As soon as the pandemic started, our priority for each and every student was their health and safety, and the continued provision of high-quality education. For most vulnerable students, including our students with disabilities, this meant prioritizing them for iPad distribution and in-person services. We have delivered over 100,000 iPads to students with IEPs and continue to prioritize such requests. Students with IEPs were the first group of students to receive in-person supports as soon as we could, when we opened sites for related service provision this past July. And students with the most intensive needs were the first to return to school this September, when we opened our doors for D75 and early childhood as the initial step of tiered reopening. The pandemic has had the greatest impact on students with the greatest needs. The challenge of reopening during a pandemic has been enormous, but also the rewards are already clear in the responses of our students and families. We will continue to do all we can to meet their individual needs with as much in-person school as possible and through enhancement to remote learning programs and support for our families at home. I would now like to turn the time over to Christina Foti, who can provide additional details on our efforts. Christina?
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Before I begin, I would also like to thank Chairs Traeger and Ayala for your continued leadership throughout this pandemic and all that you have done on behalf of our students and families. I would also like to thank the families of our students with IEPs. So many of us have had to make difficult decisions about how to best support and protect our loved ones during this time. We know that for parents and caregivers of children with disabilities, these decisions can be extremely complex, with the stakes even greater. Our goal is to ensure that every student has the supports and services they need to thrive, and our commitment to that goal is stronger than ever. Our strategy for supporting families of students with disabilities during the pandemic has been centered on two key principles: continuity of service for students and support to their families. Recognizing the impact that school closure would have on our students with disabilities, especially, the DOE moved quickly in March to deliver special education programs and related services remotely. The massive effort included development of detailed procedures for schools on how to communicate with families to review and schedule services, development of clinical and technological training guidance for effective delivery of remote services, and provision of devices and other supports necessary to move around 200,000 students to remote learning within a week of school closing. I could not be more proud of our related service providers, supervisors, and managers who led the efforts to ensure that our students continued to receive their services from home. Since March, our providers have delivered nearly 3 million remote sessions of speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and counseling. Since March, we have kept in touch with families through over 120,000 remote IEP meetings, and we continue to monitor and respond to parent inquiries via our special education at schools.nyc.gov inbox, as well as 311. We have heard, acknowledged, and supported families in a multitude of settings, and we have found it critical in a system as large as ours that we develop additional opportunities for families to express their concerns, their frustrations, their victories, and their questions. Addressing challenges alongside our families has been a focus of ours, and while there's still much work to do and engagement to be had, this has and will continue to be a priority of our office and of the department. During the spring, at the time the DOE pivoted to remote learning, we began to plan for the safe delivery, for the safe return to delivery of in-person instruction and related services, understanding that for some students with IEPs, in-person service is critical to maintaining progress in language, as well as physical and social and emotional development. We developed comprehensive health and safety protocols and training for our speech language, occupational, and physical therapy providers, and identified 12 school sites, at least 2 in each borough, where we could offer these in-person supports. This began in July. New York City was the only major urban school district in the nation to provide in-person services over the summer. Through the combined efforts of our staff and families who opted in, we served 625 students and did so safely. Our planning for summer paved the way for us to resume in-person instruction and service provision during blended learning this fall. New York has been ahead of other cities in providing special education instruction and related services in person. We have allowed maximum flexibility for our parents to choose blended or full-time remote learning for children at any time. 47% of our students with disabilities have elected the blended learning option. For some students with more intensive needs, we have been able to offer full-time return to school Monday through Friday every week while observing all health and safety guidelines. The positive effect for students returning to school has in fact been immeasurable. Still, for the vast majority of our students, remote learning continues, at least in part. Despite many achievements in implementing remote learning this past spring, we recognize that families faced substantial challenges. To address concerns families raised in the spring, we worked with our labor partners to deliver clear expectations for synchronous learning for students receiving fully remote instruction. Perhaps the proudest moment of my 20-year career in education was being able to greet our students at P811M, a District 75 school, on their first day back. This is the school where I began my teaching career, and I know firsthand how deeply the administration and the staff care for their students. I am grateful to our mayor, chancellor, and our labor partners who led the efforts to ensure that District 75 schools had the PPE, guidance, and resources they need in order to successfully lead the reopening efforts. Our experience so far has proven that this work can be done safely and effectively. There is no question that District 75 schools faced unique staffing and scheduling limitations this fall. The DOE developed new policies and procedures to address them and to provide schools serving our students with IEPs appropriate support. First, in an effort to strengthen communication with families about our current service delivery models, the DOE designed the program adaptations document, which we will refer to in this hearing as the PAD, to provide detailed information on the provision of each student's special education programs and to ensure that parents can provide updates and share feedback on their child's experience with remote learning. Understanding that parents are a critical part of this process, we've built in safeguards to ensure that schools seek parent participation in the development of the PAD. We have also issued guidance to schools on the provision of speech language therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and counseling services through blended and remote learning. This guidance, developed in response to parent feedback from the spring, emphasizes that related services are expected to be provided in the frequency and duration recommended on the IEP whenever possible. This policy also instructs schools to work with families to accommodate requests for in-person services as much as possible, consistent with safety and health protocols. Related service providers have been contacting families to discuss the provision of services and documenting the agreed upon plan by completing a related service adaptations document, which we will refer to in this hearing as the RAD. To further assist families with understanding remote services and supporting their children's education at home, the DOE Special Education Office developed and launched the Beyond Access series on June 1st. These live 1-hour sessions share information around special education practices based on feedback from families and advocates, as well as the Citywide Council for Special Education and the Citywide Council for District 75. To date, we have hosted 13 sessions covering topics around instructional strategies, sensory supports, supporting students with autism spectrum disorder, and many more. We will continue to offer the Beyond Access series monthly throughout the school year. As future sessions are scheduled, we will announce them on the DOE's website and share them with our community partners. Families can access past sessions on the DOE website with captions in 35 languages. This series has created a new avenue for sharing information with families and is a best practice that we hope to continue after the pandemic. We have developed extensive guidance for schools on the provision of special education programs through blended and fully remote learning. For integrated co-teaching or ICT classes, the guidance makes clear that classes have a general education teacher and a special education teacher. For special education teacher support services, also known as SETs, we have guided schools to work with families to determine whether SETs can effectively be delivered remotely. This allows students to remain with their class for the duration of in-person school days while continuing to receive their full special education programs. For students recommended for bilingual special education programs, we have emphasized the need for schools to provide access to language supports through translated texts and materials and through the use of bilingual paraprofessionals, both in person and remotely, for students who do not have a certified bilingual special education teacher. We have also expanded our Nest and Horizon programs for students with autism spectrum disorder for the 2021 school year to support students continuing into middle and high school. Students in ASD programs are receiving the supports and services the programs are designed to deliver. We have worked with our partners and various stakeholders to adapt and modify interventions and strategies for blended and remote learning. In welcoming our students back to school, either in a blended or remote setting, we recognize and we expect that regression and learning loss will likely impact many kids, both in general education settings and special education settings. To guide schools in supporting students with IEPs, we have developed training for special educators and IEP teams to facilitate effective progress monitoring to identify and address learning loss. Progress monitoring assists educators in making ongoing instructional decisions and refinements to a student's program and provides summative evidence that enables IEP teams to determine whether students have achieved their annual goals. The DOE Special Education Office provided a training module on progress monitoring to all schools as part of the fall pre-service and will continue to offer training and support during the 2021 school year. Finally, I would like to highlight our efforts in the areas of literacy supports and transition. The DOE is committed to providing literacy supports to our students with disabilities. This past summer, additional special education teachers were allocated to provide literacy supports to students with IEPs in grades 3 through 8 and using an evidence-based literacy program. Teachers serve students individually or in small groups synchronously for up to 30 minutes a day per session. Through this effort, approximately 1,300 students received additional literacy support in addition to their regular summer school program. This fall, 960 schools have been allocated a centrally funded IEP teacher position. The IEP teacher is dedicated to providing evidence-based literacy instruction to students with IEPs and students at risk, both in person and remotely. Trainings for new educators in this position have started this week, October 19th, and will continue throughout the school year. The DOE is committed to working with families to ensure that every student with an IEP has a post-secondary plan in place and is supported in achieving that plan. We have opened a transition and college access center in each borough to provide students and schools and families with information, resources, training, consultancy, work-based learning opportunities, and other services as needed to support a successful transition to college, career, and/or independent living. When the DOE transitioned to remote learning, TCACS continued to provide services to schools and families remotely. For students who were preparing to graduate or transition out of school at age 21, the pandemic disrupted education and transition planning at a critical point. To ensure that these students were not left in limbo, we extended eligibility for students to continue school over the summer or to receive a transition consultancy services from our TCACS as needed. This school year, any student who did not achieve their IEP goals showed signs of regression or missed instruction and or services due to the pandemic, and who does not yet have a post-secondary plan in place is in fact eligible to return to school. While we recognize that the last 7 months have been extremely challenging for students and families, the DOE's commitment to our students with disabilities has been unwavering throughout this trying time. I testify here today to share some of the highlights and learnings from our shared experiences and to recognize that there is still a tremendous amount of work to be done. My team and I remain committed to the two key principles that have been our compass during this time: continuity of services for students and support for their families. We commit to continuing to strengthen family and community engagement efforts through our partnerships, both internal and external, and by sharing information with families in a timely manner. We remain committed to closing the achievement gap and graduation gap for our students with IEPs. And we will continue to work tirelessly until the day that we achieve full program and related service provision for all students across the city. We welcome the partnership of these committees in our pursuit of these goals. And I thank you today, and I'm happy to address any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Roche. I just want to also just mention that we have also been joined by Council Members Rodriguez, Levin, and Rosenthal. So I will begin with questions. Of the total number of students who have opted for blended learning for some in-person services, how many are children with IEPs?
So, Chair, I just want to clarify the question, how many students?
Yes, of the total number of students who have opted for the blended hybrid model, how many of them are children with IEPs?
Let me just put make sure I have that information. So there are students who have opted for remote only in our families. I don't have the numbers right here at my fingertips. Can I come back to you with that one? I apologize, sir.
Yeah,
I want to make sure I give you the right numbers.
Right, and just
The difference between. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's because it's my understanding that under half of the total number of kids in our school system have chosen for the blended learning model. It would be helpful, I don't know if when you can get me the number that you have as of this moment, how many of those children who opted for hybrid or blended are children with IEPs? So when you get that, if you could circle back with me, I would appreciate it.
Okay. So it's
the-
about 400, sorry, about 471 of the roughly let me just, 47%, sorry, of the roughly 200 students. So it's similar to what you're saying for overall students, but it's about 47% of the 200,000, roughly.
So about 47% of the 200,000 students. So it's under 100,000. Okay. Do you have, because these are some questions I asked last week, and the DOE mentioned that they would get back to us, and just going to re-up these questions. What percentage of students are not receiving their full IEP mandates?
So we, as you know, endeavor to ensure that every student is receiving their services. I'm going to ask Christina to just give us a little bit more in terms of the particulars around the service provision.
Just give us one moment, Ms. Foti, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for unmuting me. Thank you for the question. Service provision to our students with disabilities is a top priority. We are committed to delivering our special education programs and services. As you know, and as we discussed yesterday, Chair, we are currently, we've developed two components that we are using to track program provision and related service provision. And the documents that we're using to track that are I'm so sorry, I have an echo. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I'm getting distracted by my echo.
No worries.
Okay. So, Chair, we discussed our reporting obligations in terms of program services and related services. And we are fully committed to providing those program and related services throughout this pandemic. We closed out last year at 83% full and partial service. In your testimony, you mentioned that the year prior, we were about 84.5%, and that is correct. We were on target to surpass that number pre-pandemic, and are going to be, as I testified, making every effort to get to 100%. The program adaptations document that I mentioned during my testimony is a key component to service provision this year. Recognizing that our students with IEPs have IEPs that were designed for a school environment, we want to make sure that we're capturing the blended learning services and the remote services that our students are receiving this year. And so we will be providing updated information on our current levels, but as of June, we ended the school year with 83% of our students with disabilities fully and partially served. And I apologize for the echo at the beginning of this, but I'm glad you can't hear it.
Actually, Dr. Chen, could you just lower the volume on your computer? Because I think it's what feedback is coming in on Christina Foti's. Thank you.
So just to be clear, and Ms. Foti, I do want to just note for the record that each time I reach out to Ms. Foti to get answers for folks in my district and emails I get from parents and educators, she is very responsive to me. And I do appreciate that. I want to just note that for the record, that you have been very helpful and accessible. I do just want to just get further clarification. You mentioned that you are on track to update the committee and the council on the percentage. When can we expect to receive the percentage of students now who are not receiving their full IEP mandates? When can we expect to get that number?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that feedback. I certainly appreciate all of you the contact you have made on behalf of your families, and it is a real joy and pleasure to support families throughout the city. But thank you for the acknowledgement. We are on track for, we certainly owe the council report of data for the end of the school year, and we are on track to release that data publicly for November, our November due date that we have with the council, and we are going to meet that due date. As far as reporting is concerned, for the this current school year, again, we recognize the urgency and the importance of getting the information out, and we have a deep desire to make that as transparent, accessible as possible to our families. I do not have a deadline for this year's reports at the moment, but we are very much working on integrating that data and our ability to report. You know, we have certainly, pre-pandemic, we certainly got to a place where our reporting was becoming much more lockstep and quick. And during the pandemic, we've had different metrics that we've needed to build reporting modules based on. And so we are committed to providing that data, and I will get back to you with a date that we will have that by.
I mean, this is crucial because we need this information to know where to target more support. I mean, kids are experiencing crisis. I think you as an educator, I know you get this. The mayor's office, the mayor himself, I don't think captures the gravity of this crisis for these children and their families. This is time that they'll never get back, and they are regressing, and we need to have this information. Because my next question, just to add to this, and I imagine that folks are tracking this or keeping tabs on this. What percentage of special education classrooms, like ICT, are not properly staffed, either with special education licensed teachers or proper ratio of teacher to student?
Thank you for unmuting me. Chair, I'm sorry, I just wanted to correct the number that I just provided you earlier. What I had said earlier is the 83% I shared represents full service last year. I was using that as a comparable number to what you had used in your testimony around the 84% of full service. If we were to combine our full and partial service provision, we were at 98% full and partial provision. While that is certainly a better number, we are committed to getting to 100%. And to your earlier comments, we certainly recognize the urgency around providing that information in the current school year, and are committed to doing so as quickly as possible. Can you repeat your question on ICT?
Yeah, and also just kind of note, we have over 200,000 students in our school system with IEPs. So even like when we use the language of 84%, 85%, that's still thousands of kids not getting what they're legally entitled to receive. So I just want to give that context. What percentage of special education classrooms, such as ICT, are not properly staffed with either special education licensed teachers or the proper teacher to student ratio?
Sure. So, Chair, that is part of the reporting and analytics that we are working on, and we certainly currently our staffing has been worked out at the local level and is being managed by our principals and our superintendents, and they are doing a wonderful job of pivoting and being flexible and providing the supports and services that our students so desperately need. I know that we are navigating an enormous number of staffing complexities, and I would love to invite my colleague, Lauren Siciliano, who is our Chief Administrative Officer, to talk about our efforts that we are making to fill any staffing shortages in the field. And if we could please unmute Lauren.
just bear with us. Sorry, it seems we're a little lagging today. Just give us one moment.
Good morning. Thank you, Christina, and thank you, Chair Traeger, for the opportunity to talk about what we are doing to support special education teacher hiring. As you know, this is always a priority area for us in terms of teacher recruitment, and we have several programs that are explicitly focused on recruiting teachers for students with disabilities. That includes several alternative certification programs that we have that are focused on recruiting teachers of students with disabilities. We also offer direct scholarships and loan forgiveness programs for many of our higher need shortage areas, as well as support for paraprofessionals to become certified as teachers of students with disabilities, and in particular supporting teachers receive extensions for bilingual certification as well, in addition to teaching our students with disabilities. We also work very closely with our local university education partners to recruit teachers into those licenses.
So, Mrs. Siliano, and I appreciate you being here with us today. At the last hearing, I had asked the Chancellor and the First Deputy Chancellor a question that the First Deputy Chancellor mentioned he would get back to us right away on. We have not heard back, to my knowledge, on the breakdown of the staff who have been granted medical accommodations as far as the staff shortage. We were asking for the number of teachers that you're short by, number of paraprofessionals that you're short by, school psychologists, social workers, and so forth. Do you have that information with you today?
So in terms of the medical accommodations, I do believe we shared that breakdown, but I will make sure that that gets over to you. We do have the breakdown by title for the reasonable accommodations.
Can you share on the record, or do you have that?
I don't have it in front of me, but I will make sure that we get it to you.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, I have not received it. If staff have received it, I will ask them to forward it. I see Malcolm is shaking his head, so if they could send it to me, I would be happy to share it with the public. I have not, to my knowledge, I have not received any update on that. And we need to know, and I want to make it very clear for the public why we need to know. This is not a game of gotcha with the administration. We need to know where the needs are so we can fight like hell for more resources and staff for our kids. That's what this is about. It's the same issue with devices and internet. It's not a game of gotcha. This is about meeting the needs of our kids who for months have not had devices, internet, and critical mandated services. I lay fault squarely with the mayor because he has been in denial about how severe this crisis is. So we need to know what the staffing shortage number is, because my next question, and again, I have more questions related to staffing. What percentage of students have begun their mandated related services? Does anyone know that?
Chair, I can certainly speak to this topic. As you know, related services are critical to the advancement of our students and meeting their academic goals. One of the things I spoke about in my opening testimony was the efforts we're making to make sure that we are urgently documenting those related service plans and provision of our related services. We are proud of that we ended last spring with students fully and partially encountered receiving their related services at 95%. Any students that did not receive those related services were issued RSAs because we do, as you have pointed out, have an obligation to reach that 100% mark. We are currently in the process of finalizing the receipt of those related service plans. As you know, much of programming it has been moving at the school level, but we are concretizing the provision of services, and we'll be able to report fully on both the provision of related services and program services shortly, as I mentioned earlier.
So, Ms. Foti, I'm going to respectfully push back.
Yeah.
The council actually had to subpoena information from the DOE about attendance engagement levels from the spring. We were supposed to get it right after my May hearing. We didn't get it until we issued a subpoena. And again, I understand that City Hall does not like to share information that's not flattering for the education department. But to me, this is not about what's flattering or not. This is about whether we're meeting the needs of our kids or not, and to allocate resources and push for resources to meet their needs. And what we saw from the attendance data from spring was damning, especially for communities that have been marginalized and shortchanged prior to the pandemic, certainly even more shortchanged during the pandemic. I mean, there are kids who still haven't even had a device. There are kids where they still don't have internet access. I met with a family living in a shelter who cannot connect to internet. And there are many families with children with IEPs where this is just not working for them. And we're not getting any type of meaningful feedback on how to improve services. I want to also ask, just to add to the queue about staffing, do you have a percentage of students, or are you tracking a percentage of students who are mandated to receive but have not yet been assigned a paraprofessional?
So, Chair, I just wanted to respond quickly to the question the comments you made earlier.
Ms. Foti, there is now a strong echo, so
Yeah.
just want to note that.
Okay.
I think if you're sharing the same room, if one of you would mute while the other one is speaking, it'll help with the echo.
You should be okay to go now.
Thank you so much. Chair, I just wanted to acknowledge your comments earlier. I'm still getting the echo. Sorry.
Okay. What we'll do is, Dr. Chen, we'll just have to keep you muted while Ms. Foti speaks and vice versa. So just look for when we do unmute you, you'll get that message and then we'll unmute you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to acknowledge that none of this is flattering until we reach 100%, Chair. And so this is where we are on the same page around the commitment to getting to 100%. I do want to say that in terms of engagement of our students with disabilities in the spring, our engagement data reflects that the vast majority of our students were actively engaged and connected to their schools during the spring. And that is a true testament of the work of our principals and of our incredibly skilled special educators, of the parent coordinators, and all of the outreach efforts to make sure that our students with disabilities feel connected and heard and seen in their school communities. And so while I agree that nothing less than 100% is flattering, it behooves me to point out the incredible and Herculean efforts of our schools to make sure that they maintained a consistent point of content and engagement with our students with disabilities in the spring. And that is something that I feel strongly needs to be acknowledged.
So, Ms. Foti, I appreciate the answer. I will kind of dig deeper on the DOE's definition of attendance and engagement. This is something that I have long argued, that there's a big difference between being compliant and being engaged. And to me, while pressing a button on a screen does not mean a kid is engaged but can the DOE provide a clear answer for the committees and the council on what being marked present means for students with disabilities? What level of participation is required for a student with disability to be marked present for remote learning? And is this a uniform policy across all schools?
Yes, Chair. This is the attendance policy applies to all students, including our students with disabilities, and is a uniform policy across schools. As a special educator, I can say that, and I know you know this well, that it is critical for us to know our students well, to know their strengths, to know their interests, to know their passions, and to know what they struggle with. And what we built and what we build our policies and processes around engagement that will foster that, which is why we have gone to the lengths that we have to ensure that our students, in addition to their individual education plans, that are roughly 200,000 students, are also receiving plans for how remote and blended and learning will be conducted, and plans for how related services will be conducted in this unprecedented time. We are doing that to ensure that that our efforts to connect are not perfunctory, that they are in fact in alignment with this incredible desire that we all have to ensure that our students are making ongoing progress and are connected and cared for by their schools. And we have seen incredible evidence of that.
So just to clarify for us, because and I did speak to you about this, and I just want to just kind of clarify for the public. We had received feedback from one District 75 school where folks were told if the teacher spoke to the parent but did not connect with the student, that the student was being marked present, even though there was no connection made to the student. Can you just clarify, does that constitute being marked present in a class?
No, Chair, that does not constitute being marked present. Our students need to be benefiting and engaged from their ongoing learning, and that is not, we certainly would want more engagement than that to ensure that we account for that attendance.
Ms. Foti, do you have information with you today? How many students with IEPs have entered this new school year with an in progress or incomplete grade from spring or summer? And I'm asking for the number, not percentage.
Sir, I understand why that number is important. That is not a number I have today with me today, but I can tell you that we recognize that that learning loss is a real issue during this pandemic, and that the guidance that we are giving to our schools is that we actively progress monitor students and really attend to any gaps that are there. And we are working on guidance. We have given out guidance and working on additional guidance for special educators as well as our IEP teams in the event that we need to adjust the programs and services students are being provided in order to attend to any areas of incomplete work or lack of progress as a result of the pandemic.
So, but is someone keeping track of this? Is someone centrally keeping track of the number of kids with IEPs who have been given a grade of in progress or incomplete? Malcolm,
Thank you for unmuting me. Chair, yes, thank you for the question around the course in progress, I think is the mark that you're referring to. So we do centrally track that for all of our students, and it is also available. That information our principals are tracking as well and coordinating with teachers to follow up. We are also providing that report for superintendents so that there's another layer of checking on students as well. But I do want to make sure we can provide you the numbers. As Christine said, we don't have the numbers with us in front of us today, but I will provide that for you through Roberto.
But Dr. Chen, have you seen those numbers yourself?
Yes.
Do they concern you?
If the number were 1, it would concern me, to be very frank with you, because what we have experienced, what all of our families have experienced in the pandemic is, and especially I think remarks were made by both you and Chair Ayala around this exacerbating disparities for our most vulnerable learners. And it does concern me, but I also know that there is a window for students to be able to complete this. So any course in progress, students have essentially another semester to complete this. So we are still in that space. Our first pass at this was certainly in the summer. We invited all students with course in progress to be able to complete this in the summer. And if you may recall, we also really prioritized our seniors as well so that they could have August graduation. And then now our educators, now that they're back in school or in remote, are also following up with students in course in progress. So it is to be expected that we wouldn't see 100% of these reconciled at this point, because they do have the semester to be able to complete this.
Dr.
But
Chen,
our schools are tracking this information because it is important. There has been unfinished learning from the spring, and you're absolutely right. It is a concern.
Is it accurate that students were told that they and their families have been told that they have until January 2021 to complete the standards?
That is, yes. As I said, they basically have a semester to complete this.
So my concern here, I mean, we don't have enough information. First, I mean, I think we have enough information to know that many of our children are not getting their mandated services. We still don't have, how numbers as to how severe the staffing shortage is. And public needs to understand that the staffing shortage disproportionately impacts children with special needs and other student populations. And it's my understanding that the DOE has not put forth a uniform citywide grading policy. And there are a number of concerns I've heard from families about, regression, but also just punitive actions, towards academic performance that will have generational impacts and not just temporary impacts. So I'm greatly concerned about this. If you can get us that information, Dr. Chen, I would appreciate it as soon as folks can, because we need to know what is the DOE's plan to address these students who have been given this course in progress or incomplete grade that they have until January to make up, when we know for a fact that many of them are not getting the services which they are entitled to. I mean, are there conversations underway in DOE to communicate with schools about how to address the fact that I suspect, again, I don't have data, I suspect the number is very concerning. And these are numbers that we have always monitored as far as even before the pandemic, as far as how kids are graduating, which was also concerning. But I am very concerned about this. So I would appreciate folks getting back to the committee on that number. I want to just quickly, a couple more, and I want to turn to my co-chair. Does the DOE keep track? Do you have like an average day or days of service that children with IEPs have as far as in-person? For example, anecdotally, I hear that some schools have developed their reopening model where certain children with IEPs might have more than one day of in-person services. And there are certain schools that, because of staffing shortages, only have 1 day or 2 days. Does anyone keep track of, on average, how many days of in-person services children with special needs receive?
Sure, I'll begin this, Chair, and then also Reese Dunn from the Office of the First Deputy Chancellor is on as well, and I'll have him add to this response as well. So as you probably recall, we've been trying to, ever since the spring, think about different models of returning to school. And I know you know this very well, in the particular schools, on the ground, staffing and student engagement in fully remote or blended learning also varies from school to school in each community. And so what we tried to do is to make sure that there were models that could convey citywide consistency for all families, while also allowing principals with their school communities making some of those decisions in terms of programming models at the local level. So as it relates to students with disabilities, particularly in District 75, we also heard loudly from both, I would say, our advocate partners, our city council partners, and our principals and school leaders and families, the need for the possibility of in-person instruction 5 days a week or alternate weeks where students come every day for 1 week and then every day for the next week. And those are some of the additional considerations that we had in our program modeling for District 75. I want to have Reese talk a little bit about how we track that information, because also know that once we started school, and Reese can talk more about this, principals in weighing the needs of their communities have also submitted proposals as well to revise their original submissions. Reese?
Yeah, thank you, Linda. My name is Reese Dunn. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer in the Office of the First Deputy Chancellor. Happy to be here. I think to Linda's point, there are the number of approved models that we shared, of programming models that we shared during the summer, and schools applied to figure out what model they were going to use and what was going to best service their community. And if they couldn't meet one of the existing models, they were also there was an exceptions process as well. And so that's tracked through the schools applying, the principals applying, getting approval through their superintendent for an approved model. And if there was an exception, it came here centrally. Since we've been open, as some more students and families have gone remote, we have seen revisions to those models where they've also applied for a modification to their exception, where they were trying to see more students in person or trying to prioritize more students with disabilities. And that was one of the existing guidance that exists around how you can prioritize more students with disabilities for in-person learning. And so we have seen those come in as well. And so that's essentially something that's coming up centrally through the program modeling tracking.
So, Mr. Dunn, I appreciate that. Do you know how many students who are in ICT who do not have a teacher for both blended and fully remote?
I do not have that information tracked through the way we do the models. The models is essentially saying what days of service somebody would be in and how they're running their program.
Right. I mean, I just want to note that this is a part of the challenge here. You know, we need to know these numbers because, you know, I don't want anyone to have an impression that things are okay. Things are not okay, and they're not getting the services which they are required to receive. And they're supposed to have more than one teacher, and they're supposed to be an adequate ratio. And we keep hearing these very painful stories where that's just not the case. And providing clarity and transparency on this would go a long way. Because again, this is about helping us fight for you and fight for kids and getting the staff and the resources to meet the needs of our kids. Here, I just want to make it very clear, I plead with state lawmakers and others for more resources to our school district. So it doesn't help when the mayor of New York says things are okay with schools. They're not. And I just think the more information we can get about how severe the staffing shortages and the impacts this has on our children with IEPs and other student populations, I think it goes a long way towards helping them. I want to, a couple last things. I shared a proposal, Ms. Foti, back in July that I worked on with educators, parents, families, that I believe, and I still stand by, provides a little bit more equity. And we hear that term a lot, but I don't think that this reopening plan that we're in is really equitable for kids who need it the most and for working parents. But I shared a proposal that elementary school children, early childhood, children with IEPs, multilingual learners, that their families be given the option of 5 days a week in person with the option to opt out. Because I understand, as a former teacher, I understand, look, ideally, we'd all be back, but that's not the world that we're in right now. And we're still in a pandemic and we have to manage density in a large city. But there are children who are experiencing instructional loss that quickly shifts from temporary to generational, and they will never get this time back. And so can we build a system that understands that reality, managing density, keeping folks safe, getting resources to make sure schools are safe, but to provide additional options for kids who need it the most, which I think would help children with special needs. I think it would help working parents, many of which are educators. Some folks forget that many educators are also parents. They have kids in the system. But what is your expert professional opinion on what I shared that I think would provide more equity to kids who need it the most?
Thank you, Chair. We discussed this a little bit, but as Reese said, our plan has every intention of prioritizing our students with disabilities, and students with disabilities have been front and center throughout this pandemic, and which is why we started in-person summer services as soon as we possibly could, and again, why we were the only city who provided that service. With regard to the current school opening plans, schools were asked to work within incredibly difficult parameters to determine how many students they can physically accommodate in accordance with health and safety guidelines. And this is something that is new, right? This is a new way of programming for our schools. And there is a learning curve associated with that, and rightfully so. And I think our principals have done an incredible job of doing all that they can for their students and their families, working under variables that are always changing, and that's the nature of this pandemic. We are currently assessing, our school's capacity to take on or welcome more students into the school building, and particularly our students with disabilities. As you know, our families have the period to opt in is coming up again. And for families that want additional time in school, that is certainly a conversation that they should be having with their principals. And I know that principals are making every effort that they can to accommodate students and meet their needs. And so this is an ongoing conversation. We certainly respect your efforts to ensure that our students with disabilities and our youngest learners have what they need. We share that shared goal, and are really, I would say more to come on the programming front. And I really want to thank our principals for all they've done to accommodate as many students as they can.
So I also thank our principals and our school leadership and school staff, because every time City Hall issues a tweet at night, they're the ones who have to do all the work. But I just want to share with you that, I know this is anecdotal, but I do speak, as many of you know, I speak with principals pretty much on a daily basis these days. And I've spoken to some high school leaders where, they have a total enrollment of over 3,500 students, large school, but only about 200 kids are showing up in person. So the school there are not many kids. And I want to be very clear on why I'm being told that's the case. So basically it's attendance of like almost 6% of kids showing up. The reason why this is happening, from what I'm being told, is because of these severe staffing shortages that really, they impact system-wide, but it has a real impact on high school, middle schools, because you have to have, as you know, licensed subject teachers to teach specific courses. You can't just put a random person to teach a chemistry class. You need a licensed science teacher to do that. So in many cases in the high school world, you have what I call virtual study hall, where 4 or 5 kids are in a room logging on to Zoom, connecting with their teacher from home, while an adult just watches them, supervises them. I asked the chancellor at last week's hearing the percentage of schools that are doing this because of the staffing shortage. We didn't hear it back yet, but I'm hearing it citywide. When I mentioned this about a school in Brooklyn yesterday, I was contacted by a school in the Bronx that has a school about 500 kids total, only about 30 kids showing up. So I look at this as really an indication that this hybrid plan is really not working, and you have this space that can be better utilized for programming to better meet the needs of kids who really need it the most. And I would really, like, we still don't even have attendance data. And does anyone have that with them today? Since, we had to subpoena it back in the spring. Do we have attendance data for schools now? Does anyone have that with them?
So Chair, we do have the attendance data as you have as well from the spring. And I know that last week, my colleagues also did say that would be information that would be provided. But in terms of the spring data of about 200,000 students with IEPs who were enrolled last year, we know that about 649 of them did not log in the spring. And so this is not including there's about 494 students who are also in the Pathways to Graduation program. So we try very closely to track that and make sure that we can support our schools based on the information that we get. So I can share obviously the spring data with you, and our colleagues are working on making sure you and council members get current attendance information.
Just to note, Dr. Chen, I know that the DOE had the information from the spring. They had it in the spring, but folks at City Hall, for whatever reason, did not want to share it with us until we had to issue a subpoena. We need the current attendance information. And again, to make it clear, this is not a game. This is not a political tit for tat. This is about making sure that we make the necessary decisions and moves to better meet the needs of our kids. Because from what I'm piecing together, and I'm just to note, I am speaking with schools across the city, getting their attendance information, and I'm compiling my own information, and it is painful. It is painful, and I think that we are each day losing opportunities to really rethink this approach, and to immediately put in place, a system that provides more in-person services and options for kids who need it the most. That I think would go. Now, I want to just ask before I turn over to my co-chair now, the percentage of parents who have given consent for remote related services. Do you have that?
I believe Christina is just double checking to see if we have the precise numbers.
Yes, I was just waiting to unmute. I actually would want to invite my colleague, John Hammer, to answer this question.
Chair Traeger, thank you for this important question and for the opportunity to testify here today. Our related service providers are continuing outreach to families to initiate both teletherapy and in-person related services. To date, we have related service providers have contacted families a little under 190,000 instances across speech, OT, PT, and counseling, and are working with those families to initiate service as outreach is conducted.
Do you have the percentage of the parents who have given consent for the services?
The consent information, we can absolutely follow up, and that is information that we are collecting and we can provide after the hearing.
Okay, because that's really important. And John, I believe you were at the hearing last week when, just want to note that I know this is not about the health committee, this is now with Chair Ayala, but I just want to note that there were gaps in communicating with certain school communities about the entire testing plan, particularly District 75, that has caused a lot of, I am still hearing to this day, a lot of confusion on the ground about what the testing plan strategy is. So I just want to double down on making sure that DOE communicates as clearly as possible with school communities and families about what the plan actually is and what it's not, because I am flooded with emails from folks who just do not have clear information about that. I'm mindful of time. I want to turn over now to my co-chair, very patient co-chair and great colleague who's worked so hard on this issue, Councilmember Diana Ayala.
Thank you, Chair Traeger. I wanted to acknowledge, and I wrote it somewhere, that we've also been joined by Council Members Drum, Van Bramer, Ulrich, Lander, and Cornegie. So I have a lot of questions, and I'm a little disappointed that we don't have some of the numbers that we're requesting, because I believe that the questions were submitted to the administration far enough in advance that these numbers should be made available, specifically relating to staffing. But my first question is actually related to the staffing needs of District 75 students, because I'm going to rewind this to the moment that we're getting kids on a bus to actually physically get them to the school. So our understanding is that there is a significant shortage of paraprofessionals and nurses to accompany District 75 students on yellow school buses. Is that true? And how significant is this shortage, and what is the DOE doing to address this?
So we have continually been working on staffing, as you know, and that includes with busing. I want to make sure that Sean Fitzpatrick from Office of People Transportation can speak more to that, as well as Lauren Siciliano. But similar to what we've shared about teaching staff, that is also a priority for us to ensure that this is done with busing. Sean?
Yes, hi. Good morning. So we have within OPT, we have a person who is dedicated to special populations, and that team works directly with the Division of Specialized Instruction and Student Support, so that they are kept up to date on what students are taking buses, which buses they are taking, the routes that they are on, to make sure that they understand what the staffing needs are. And then the Division of Specialized Instruction and Student Support then looks to make sure that we have the necessary paraprofessionals on hand to address that. So long story short, we recognize that the paraprofessional title is certainly critical. We are working every day with that division and directly with schools to make sure that we have the appropriate personnel on hand to address that.
How significant is the shortage?
I would have to defer to Christina because that title comes out of that particular group.
Thank you, Chair. I was just waiting to unmute. I just want to make something clear. While there's no system-wide shortage of paraprofessionals, there have been some challenges in encouraging school-based paraprofessionals to accept some of these positions. These busing paraprofessional positions are done via a posting process at the school level. However, what we have asked schools to do is that when they are unable to identify a transportation paraprofessional, they work with their borough offices to identify a paraprofessional either from a school, another school that is close in the district, or through a contracted agency. And so any family that does not have a paraprofessional transportation paraprofessional in place can reach out to their school, but also to our special education inbox at specialeducation@schools.nyc.gov or 311, and we'll be happy to make sure that that service gets started. In response directly to your question, Chair, we will get back to you with the exact number of students still waiting on their transportation paraprofessionals. And in regard to your, I know that there's also been questions around nursing and students who require nursing support for transportation, for nursing support. I defer to my colleague, Katie from the Division of School Climate and Wellness to respond to that question.
Hi, yes, we do have sufficient nurses for the students with IEPs who require one on the bus.
So we have nurses, but we don't have sufficient paraprofessionals, but we don't know what the number of students that are not receiving transportation services is at this point. I think that's for Christina.
Chair, we do know we do not have that number with us today, but we can commit to getting you that number after the hearing.
I appreciate that, but I mean, I would hope that the DOE would anticipate that this would be one of our questions. I mean, it's the simplest question I have on my list of questions today. And you know, we haven't even gotten to the school building yet, right? We're talking about transporting the neediest of children to the actual building. Mm-hmm. You know, most parents don't have access to a vehicle. Traveling via public transportation is a nightmare. And when you're also working remotely and trying to make a living to pay for, you know, for food and for rent, it's nearly impossible. So we need to know how many children are actually making it to the school building who opted to go into school, because maybe their disability is so serious in nature that remote learning is just not an option for them. So, you know, I mean, when we talk about the inequities, I mean, it's like, it's just, and I really appreciate that we're in the middle of a pandemic and that there was no protocol for this, that we were, you know, not prepared. And I don't even blame anybody at this point, because who would have anticipated that we would be living, you know, the situation that we're living in. But having said that, we shut schools down in March. We're now in October. We had more than sufficient time to plan accordingly to ensure that we were starting from a place where the neediest children were prioritized, and that we understood the complexities of servicing children with disabilities that require a different method of teaching, require more hands-on approach, a lot more of in-person services. That we would be a little bit more comfortable with the DOE's approach to teaching these children in October, right? And I echo Chair Traeger's remarks that that's not the information or the feeling, the sentiment that we're getting from parents of children in District 75 schools. So there is a huge disconnect here. So now we're getting on the bus, we get into the school building. What is the process for testing children for COVID? I got an email from a parent the other day whose daughter has severe autism, and she is required to be tested, right? To get into, if she wants to do in person, she has to be tested. And because of her disability, remote learning is just not an option for her. And so the testing process is very, is very traumatizing for a child on the spectrum. She says that this is the worst thing that she has ever had to subject her child to. How is the DOE addressing this? Is testing mandated? Is it being done in the school? Are parents permitted to be allowed to be in the room when their child is being tested?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And we too have heard similar concerns from our families and understand the need for additional flexibility on this front. We're working with our sister agencies to finalize testing guidance for our District 75 students, but I also invite us to unmute my colleague, Katie from the Division of School Climate and Wellness to talk a little bit more comprehensively about the testing procedures overall.
Thank you, Christina. Yeah, we know that many families, are not comfortable yet with the testing. They feel like they need more time and information before they're going to feel comfortable. And we're really trying to give them that space and that information and be able to work through that, especially for District 75 students. In terms of what we're allowed to do for the testing, I think most of you were at the hearing last week when we were joined by our health partners who talked about what they need in order to have the random testing be successful. We did talk with them and advocate about things like allowing parents to be in the room, but ultimately we do defer to their health guidance about what makes the most sense. And at this point, they don't believe that that's a path that makes sense going forward. So we do continue to work with them and defer to them on issues of health and safety for that.
So can a student, right, I'm assuming the answer is no, but can a student for whom testing is difficult, can they go to their own private medical provider that has already an established, relationship with this child?
That's another thing that we did raise with our health partners when developing this plan. Unfortunately, they ultimately determined that for the random testing to work and for them to have the data that they need, that's not something that they could allow.
Well, I'm sorry, who are your health partners?
The Health and Hospitals and the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene.
So they determined that it was not in the school's best interest to have a parent in the room when a child with a severe disability who may be further traumatized be tested for COVID?
So the determination they make there is that, as you know, we're trying to minimize the number of people and the number of, the crowding in a school, right? And they determine that having extra people in the room is not something that makes sense with health and safety protocols. I know many of you were on the hearing last week where they talked about more in depth the different decisions they made around that.
But this is, I would imagine that this would be a special exception because these are children with unique challenges. And the description that I received from this parent, it took 5 people to hold this child down to test her.
Yeah,
Can you imagine 5 people that you do not know, that you haven't seen in months, holding you down to test you, and your parent not being there? That's horrible.
Yeah, I agree. And that's one of the reasons why we're working on the special plan for D75. I'll turn it back to Christina.
Thank you, Katie. Chair, we understand what you're saying, and this is a very real concern that we do take seriously. We are, as Katie just said, working on a special plan for our students with more profound disabilities and significant needs to ensure that the testing process is not going to be one that is overly intrusive or invasive for them. We understand that we need to work with our families to determine how we can test students in a way that is supportive. And we also understand that there are some students who are going to struggle with the testing process, and maybe that is not an appropriate thing to do at school. And so if that is the case, then we are working out accommodations, and we'll have a comprehensive plan for testing of our District 75 students shortly.
When you say shortly, how soon is shortly?
Yeah, my understanding is that testing for our District 75 students, first of all, has not started yet. We were aiming to start in November. Testing for our District 75 staff has started, but imminently, I think in the next week or so, we should have a plan that takes into account the parent feedback that we've received and feedback exactly what you're just saying around how to provide a testing environment, and who do we test and how do we support all of our students in that process, because that is a very valid and real concern.
Does the DOE, and I don't know this, does the DOE have an office for students with disabilities that helps to advise, that is communicating with health and hospitals and the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to come up with the best strategy? Because I mean, I think that all voices need to be at the table, right? And that we need to have a plan A, B, C, and D as it relates to children with disabilities, because they're all different types of disabilities and not all children react in the same way, right?
Right.
So who is acting in the best interest of these children in the DOE?
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right. We need to have multiple options, and we need to be able to make sure that we're scaffolding supports for our students. There is a health and safety point within District 75 that has been working with health and hospitals, but also with all of us here to ensure that the needs of our District 75 students are represented. We've also engaged many of our parent partners, CCD 75 and CCSE and others, to gain feedback on firsthand from families as to what is going to work for their students and what isn't, and what their preferences are. And that's all very much informing this process. And we thank our partner advocates in both entities for their help in informing this, is in terms of developing policies that are really going to work for our students and families.
Now, for children whose disabilities are so severe that they really just don't make a good candidate for virtual learning, is there some sort of orientation with the parent? Is there an opportunity to have a thorough discussion with the parent to advise in person as opposed to virtual, because of the nature of the child's disability or learning difference that would better be met by in-person instruction?
Yes. So back in March, when we transitioned to remote learning, Chair, one of the first thing that we immediately did was ask that a remote learning plan be created for every one of our students with IEPs. And the reason we did this is because we knew exactly what you were saying is going to be true. Parents need to be part of the process of determining what is going to be and the best learning environment, and how we can best support our students as they take on this very new world. Now, when we weren't able to offer blended learning like we're doing now, it was only remote. The remote learning plan was intended to outline the services and supports that were going to help the child in a remote setting. And so the IEP is developed for the school setting. The home setting is now the learning environment, as was the case back in the spring. And we have to connect with you all as parents and partners to determine what is going to be best for that child. And if they are working remotely and can't attend to a screen, which is true for many of our children, then what are we going to be doing to support them? And so we asked our schools to come up with alternatives, and many of them have come up with incredible alternatives, whether that be paper packets and resources in the family's home language, or whether that be more movement-based activities that we lead our families in, guiding our children through at home. These are all strategies that we've used, but quite frankly, Chair, it's why we tried so hard to and did successfully provide those in-person related services over the summer, because we knew that we weren't going to be able to reach every child, particularly every child with a disability, during remote learning. And by reach, I don't mean contact, I mean make sure that we're meeting their needs and their learning styles remotely, because the remote instruction was going to be difficult. We also made sure that our related service providers did the same. So they were reaching out to the family and saying, look, we know that your child's a kindergartner and they have speech on their IEP for 3 sessions a week. are you able to support them during this time? And what do you think is going to work best for you in the home? And our guidance has been to our incredible related service providers that they have a conversation with the family about how to best implement that service during remote learning. And for some families, they said, I'm going to start with one session and we're going to build up to 3 sessions, but can we start with 1? And here's the best time that I'm available to do that. I'm available, I can support my child at this time, based on my schedule, and could we accommodate that? And what we have asked our providers to do is to accommodate each one of those requests. And that is true in the remote learning environment and in the blended learning environment. Now in the current environment, where blended learning is reality, we've doubled down on those efforts to make sure that we are clearly documenting what approaches, strategies, supports, including behavior supports, are working for students as they transition in and out of the physical school building and onto remote learning. And that is something that is documented and memorialized in the program adaptations documents and the related service documents to make sure that we are in fact capturing the things that are working for the family and working for the student and are not working. And where progress is being made, that should be documented as well. And where progress is not being made and learning has been interrupted, that is also something that we capture and we're going to need to address through IEP meetings and ongoing conversations with our teachers.
Can I ask, what is there an impediment in allowing a little bit more flexibility for the opt-in option of doing either hybrid or, straight, in person? For instance, I have a constituent whose son has cerebral palsy. He is struggling heavily at home. The mother did not have access to a working computer. I don't know, for some reason there was some confusion, was not able to opt into in-person or hybrid during whatever specified time was allowed. And so the school automatically enrolled him for virtual. So now the family has to wait until November, I believe it is, for the opportunity to then switch over to in-person or hybrid. And in the interim, this child is learning absolutely nothing. And for a child with a disability like his, this type of delay could be really detrimental because it can really, it's not a minor setback. These children, therapists and professionals work with these children quite intensively.
Yes.
And so any type of disruption to the routine can really set them back years. So she's really worried that, this is not something that's going to, that the DOE is going to be able to remedy, and that this is going to have long-term implications for her child. And I agree. So, is there flexibility for children like him who maybe, the parent maybe thought that they could handle, virtual, or for some reason there was some sort of disconnect and they weren't able to opt in and are now, realizing that that it's necessary. Why, subject them to having to wait so long?
Yeah. Yes. Can we unmute Dr. Chen? She's wanting to. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chair, thank you for the question. And I think we want to, what you are bringing up is incredibly important around being able to be flexible to meet the differing needs of our students and our families. So I wanted to underscore a couple of things about what the process has been and what we're working on moving forward. So number one, the in-person was the default mode, if you will. So unless a parent or a guardian specifically opted into fully remote, they would be in person. And I think what you're saying is also that there has been some confusion and perhaps some of those families may have done that in error. I know that principals have been working very closely with families, and in those cases where there was some confusion or some misunderstanding, they have been rectifying those. So I wanted to be clear about that on the record. And moving forward, as you mentioned, we do have another opt-in a moment, if you will, because we said to families, if you're going to opt into fully remote, you have until It was around Thanksgiving that time, right? And so what we have been doing now that we have been in person, and a lot of these issues that you're bringing up has become more to the surface now. What we've been doing is also working to make sure that as we go into this next cycle or shift, if you will, that we are making sure that we can double down on ensuring that we now have better insight into what the particular needs are, that we can work with with our schools to provide families with that clarity around what it means to be in person, how many days, and what are those kinds of variables and flexibilities, and then also what it is in fully remote. But we also want to make sure, I know we're talking generally and broadly here, we also want to make sure, if you don't mind, providing us offline with the information on the constituents so we can be sure to follow up and meet their needs and make sure that that's clear.
Is the DOE, just out of curiosity, so when I used to work in senior services, there was a mandate on all city agencies to come up with a contingency plan for cases of emergency. So whether it be, weather related, or, we're in the midst of a storm. Does the DOE have a plan in action, like a written plan in place for emergencies that would prevent the schools from being open, and how do children with learning disabilities or special needs fit into that contingency plan? Like, what is that emergency plan does it exist, and what does it look like? Or is it being created in a post COVID world?
So what I'm hearing are two possible aspects of this. So there is a health and safety contingency plan, and we have a situation room, and when that happens, we are constantly in communication with school families, school communities, to make sure, if you would go into a quarantine of a classroom or the entire school, and what it would be for remote. And related to that, I think, is maybe probably what you're asking as well, please correct me if I'm misinterpreting here, is also what's the learning contingency plan, if you will. And so part of what we've done, and if you recall, in the opening days of school, it was all ensuring that all of our students across the city were able to log in and to be able to have access to technology and to be able to have those remote accommodations, if you will, set up for every student, because that is part of the default plan, right? So if for health and safety measures, we must suspend in-person learning in a particular classroom in our school, then it defaults into remote learning. And part of that work was to make sure that, and again, I want to say, as both chairs you have commented, we are trying to get better and better at this. I will not say that we figured everything out. I think we are trying to get better and better at this. So part of the idea was that there would be that contingency where if we went remote, then students would know where to go to get their information, assignments, communication from their teacher and from their school. And so those are the instructional, if you will, aspects of the contingency plan. So all of those things are in their Google Classroom. So most of the majority of the city schools, over 95%, are working in Google Classroom. So we want to make sure that our families and our students, and that's what the opening days was for, to make sure that everyone knew where to access that information. There would be schedules for logging in and those kinds of things. So on that front, there's the instructional aspect of it, but I also want to make sure that Katie Jay can also speak to some of the emergency response contingencies, because we also have those organized as well. Katie, do you want to add to that?
So to be clear, every school building has a safety plan that includes emergency procedures for closure under a variety of circumstances. We also, as a department and as a school system, do have emergency plans in place for bigger things. For example, schools were closed for a whole week during Hurricane Sandy, as I'm sure many of you remember, and during H1N1, we did do school-based shutdowns similar to what we're dealing with now. Of course, under this much bigger circumstance, we do have a much broader plan in place for school closures. Under reference, the situation room and the protocols we have in place there for when there are cases in schools under different circumstances. So yes, all schools have those plans, and we do have both a broader general DOE plan that we use, and then of course right now one's adapted to this particular circumstance. And as she also referenced, that includes a plan for kids to be doing remote learning when that happens.
Did that plan anticipate the need for adaptive devices and iPads and, you know, all of the good stuff that kids need now that we're ordering and, you know, seems to continuously be on backlog? Because I'm concerned that, you know, I mean, even though, you know, I will acknowledge that a significant number of iPads have been distributed throughout the city. I'll share with you that my son, I still have one in school who's just turned 15. He's in his second year of high school. And I got a call from the UPS guy one day, and he said, "Hey, I have your iPad. I'm like 2 blocks away from your home. Could you come and like find me so that I can give it to you?" And I'm like, "What do you mean you have my iPad 2 blocks away and I have to come and find you?" He said, "Well, the DOE never put your apartment number on, you know, the address. And so I was at your building, but I couldn't find you. And so I'm driving around the neighborhood, dropping off some other stuff. And I figured, you know, before I take it back with me, if it's okay, maybe you might want to come find me, and, you know, and I'll hand it to you." And so I had to send somebody downstairs to run and get the iPad so that he had access to it. But had he not had the iPad, you know, I'm sure he could use his phone. I would find him something else. You know, we have the ability to do that at home. But what happens with a child who needs some sort of adaptive device that maybe nonverbal, maybe has a visual impairment? There are specific devices that are used within the school building that parents don't have access to at home, right? Because they normally wouldn't need to have that at home. But these are expensive types of equipment that most of our parents cannot afford to purchase. So how are we dealing with those children? Independent of the iPads, are these type of devices being afforded to those parents?
Yes, you're absolutely right that there are adaptive technology devices that students with disabilities need, and that is also part of their service plan that is in their IEP, and that would be delineated there. And we have, you know, since, you know, even March, we've been making sure to follow up that students have those devices. What you're describing, and I know that Lauren is taking notes here around delivery, we'll take note of that to make sure, because you're right, it shouldn't be someone calling and meeting somewhere to get the device. But I also want to flag that I'm glad to hear that there was some security measures also, and rather than just leaving it on a doorstep, if you will. So I don't know if Christina wants to add more in terms of the adaptive technology, but you're absolutely right. And we really make sure that those students have not just an iPad device, but other devices that they may need as well.
No, thank you, Linda. I don't have anything further to add.
So do the kids have the devices or not? I mean, was there a need for the DOE to purchase additional devices, technological devices for children with disabilities for virtual homeschooling? So for students with disabilities, as with all students, we did provide additional iPads. So you'll remember in the spring was 300,000, and then we have now recently added 100,000. And certainly in the spring, there were about 100,000 for students specifically with disabilities. So in terms of that, we are making sure, and again, I think Lauren Siciliano mentioned this before, but we also, in terms of the needs that we know about, we also prioritize the order in which students receive this. And so students with disabilities, students in temporary housing have priorities. As you may be aware, there's a global supply chain problem right now with devices. And so that means even though we've allocated funding and orders on 100,000, that doesn't mean that we currently have them available to hand out right now. And so as they come in, we are prioritizing, particularly for the students that I've mentioned. And I think you also asked specifically about adaptive technology, which may not be just a regular iPad, for instance. Those are part of what we always do for IEPs, and we are
continuing to follow up on this. And when we know that there are needs, we are fulfilling them. So I would strongly encourage, Christina mentioned before, that families can email our inbox around special education. If there's someone who does not have a device or adaptive technology advice, we want to know about it. But
we want to know about it too.
Yes, we do track this,
we
right.
want to know how many children, because when I mean adaptive device, you have children that are, they read Braille. You have children that, use this, I forget the name of it, but it's like this device that they attach to the wheelchair that they can use to communicate. And oftentimes that equipment is shared, in the classroom setting amongst the children, right? There aren't enough for every child or whatever. So if the child's parent chose, or maybe, not even chose, right? There was at some point, it wasn't even optional to do virtual instruction. Was that child provided, as per their IEP, the equipment necessary to give them the education that they needed as per that IEP? So how many, I would love to know what that number is.
Okay, I think Christina is asking to be unmuted to give you a little bit more detail. I understand. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We could certainly supply you with the number of students that have AT devices, and I'm going to ask my team to tee up that number while I begin the question, and then I will turn it over to John Hammer to finish it. But you're absolutely right that so many of our students with disabilities benefit from their assistive technology, and it was the utmost importance that not only that our students received the technology that is outlined on their IEP to ensure that they have access to curriculum and to communication devices, but also that they received ongoing support with those devices throughout remote learning. And so because assistive technology is key to so many of our students, assistive technology is one of the things that we would account for in the remote learning plan and in the program adaptations document, and is a part of the overall landscape of services being provided to the students. And to my team that is on the line, I invite us to unmute John Hammer. And John, if you have those numbers, could you provide them? And if not, can we please follow up with the council right after the hearing?
Absolutely. Looks like citywide there are a little over 12,500 students with assistive technology recommendations across charter, community school districts, and non-public school settings.
Thank you, John.
With a recommendation, but how many are receiving those services?
So when we went to remote learning, the recommendation was that to all schools was that children be sent home with those devices. So the service that they were receiving in the school building, the device that was supporting them in the school building, we asked all principals to send that home with the child so that that support would continue during remote learning. If any escalations came into our central inbox where that was not done, we were able to either provide devices through centrally or through the District 75 office. But our guidance to schools was to send home any mandated assistive technology chair with the students. So of those students,
are you comfortable then saying, are you comfortable enough to say today that you believe that every child who should have gone home with some sort of device went home with that device?
I am comfortable to say that that is what we asked of. I am confident and sure that we asked every school to do that. If that did not happen for an individual student, we would certainly want to know that. And that is something that we would ask the family to reach out to their school to flag that. And if a school has any difficulty fulfilling that need, this is where we would come in and make sure that that assistive technology is provided centrally per the IEP mandate, because that is our responsibility to do so.
Now, I would assume that there's an assumption that parents automatically know to do this. They may not. No. They may be home right now sitting without a device and not know that they have the option to call the school. So I don't, I don't feel comfortable with putting the responsibility onto the parent or to the guardian to feel, make the request. Is there somebody that's calling and saying, listen, as per the IEP, your child should have gone home with X, Y, and Z. Is that the case? Is the device working? Is it operational? And check that off so that we know that if we had 300 children in the database that needed devices, we know that 298 of them received it and that we still have 2 more that we have to supply equipment to.
Yes.
Is that happening?
Yes, Chair, that is part of why we were asking for the remote learning plans and for the program adaptations document and for the related service document to be completed. I think I just want to emphasize and make clear that an integral component of those plans is that the school reaches out to the family. So to your point, that communication is not on the family, that communication is on the school, and we are asking them to reach out and make sure that the student has all of the IEP mandated services, but also devices, and that remains, the continuity of the provision of that service remains throughout. In terms of escalating any concerns, I always like to point out that we, fully staff our special education inbox so that we have a little bit of a safety net for families who, and many families take us up on that offer to help resolve school level concerns regarding special education provision. And this, in fact, is the inbox that Chair Trigger was citing earlier in terms of communication to families and support to families. We let families know that we will get back to them within 24 to 48 hours at minimum to acknowledge their concern. And then we follow up to make sure until that escalation is resolved. So if a family, for example, were to reach out to that inbox, we would track that concern until the device actually reached the home of the family. And we do not close out any of our escalations until they're fully resolved. And so didn't mean to imply that this was on the onus of the parent. It certainly isn't. I just want to use the opportunity to reinforce the availability of that option for all of your constituents and every family that we serve throughout the city.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm going to ask one more question because I know that we have some colleagues that have been patiently waiting. And I've been on the other end of the waiting spectrum, and I know it's pretty grueling. So in regards to the specialized services, so children that are receiving physical, occupational therapy, speech language therapies, how are we doing that remotely? Because I know that in sometimes, in some cases, there's you require the use of certain, equipments and tools. It's very personal. How is that? How are you guys pulling that off?
Yes, that's, I hate to be a broken record with this, but again, this is why we've spent the time documenting exactly that. The related service plans that I mentioned earlier are intended to talk about how those services will be provided in a remote or blended environment, because exactly to your point, they're very much individualized, and our related service providers are incredibly skilled professionals who know how to clinically and make things work for our students. And that's a conversation that we really now more than ever need to have with our parents on an ongoing basis of how are we going to make these skills that are effective in person work in a blended environment, and what do we need to do differently? What do we need to do more of? This is exactly the intention of why we've placed such a strong emphasis on our program adaptations document and our related service documentation during this time.
Okay, I kind of lied a little bit, sorry colleagues, but just one last question, seriously. So given the small size of self-contained special education classes, can the DOE prioritize offering full-time in-person instruction to students in special education classes during the next quarter for parents who may want that option?
Can you unmute Dr. Chen, please?
Thank you so much. We have been looking at those options, and a couple of things I just want to also flag. Health and safety come first and foremost, and in some of our self-contained classrooms, they are also in smaller classrooms. So I just want to make sure that that was also part of the variable that's being considered here. But I know that a number of schools have been thinking about that specifically. And that's also why in the approved program models that Reese mentioned earlier for District 75 schools, a number of them with self-contained classrooms, that was an option as well to have all the students come in person. So we definitely support the ability to bring as many students in person as possible, including thinking about the self-contained classroom sizes and the ratios, as long as we can meet our health and safety parameters, and we'll continue to do that. So thank you for encouraging us to push us to think more towards that to ensure that our students with disabilities get the maximum in-person supports.
I appreciate that. And I want to thank you. And I want to just raise one point that I think that special attention should be given. Also, we have a lot of new learners, new students that are coming into the school system for the very first time this year who may, have learning disabilities that are in blended school environments, in a classroom, in a very different type of model, that we're not yet comfortable with. We're still learning. And I'm concerned that those children's differences won't necessarily be identified early enough, simply because of the complexity of, that comes with the virtual learning model. I have a niece that was actually in class the other day and was struggling because she could not read. She's in the first grade and she could not read. And her father's a single dad. He's working, all day. So now she's in the care of another family who's also teaching 4 other small children at the same time, and it becomes very difficult. So I don't think that she has a learning disability, but I realize how easily they can kind of fall back. And the teacher was just trying to help her, but at some point she kind of had to let it go and move on with the class, right? And so that type of individualized attention it's kind of lost in all of this. And I think that can be seriously detrimental, especially to children, that live in communities like mine, who are already facing so many, challenges to begin with, whether they suffer from a disability or not. It's very difficult to live in a COVID world for all of us, but when your parents are under threat of eviction or job loss, or really trying to keep that job, but also really concerned about making sure that their children have a good education, that weighs really heavily on my mind. And so that was the premise for this hearing today. And I thank you for coming to testify. I'm sure that my colleagues have wonderful questions to follow up with. And if I think of anything, I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairs Traeger and Ayala. I will now turn to committee members for questions. I just want to remind committee members that we are limiting councilmember questions to 5 minutes. This includes both questions and answers, and we will not be allowing a second round of questioning. Please use the raise hand Zoom function, and I will call you in the order with which you raised your hand. And just to be clear, so no one thinks there's cutting in line, Councilmember Barron was after Councilmember Grodenchik, but dropped off, but she's back. So the order of questions will be Councilmember Grodenchik, Councilmember Barron, Councilmember Lewis, and Councilmember Borelli. We will start with Councilmember Grodenchik.
Your time starts now.
Thank you. I hope I remember my question. It's been a while. Thank you, Chairs Traeger and Ayala. Thank you to the representatives of the Department of Education. The needs of children with disabilities has been a profound concern to me, especially since I joined the council. I have, depending on how you count, at least 5 standalone District 75 schools in my district. And one of the things that has always concerned me is the great distance that many of these children have to travel, including one that travels, believe it or not, from Staten Island to Eastern Queens, or had been every day. I don't know the status of that individual student. I'm wondering how that is working, and I'm really picking up on some of what Chair Ayala said during this epidemic, this pandemic, and how we're doing with that in terms of the children's transportation needs, because that's a big part of the battle for, and I have one child that there was an ambulance outside P811 one morning on Marathon Parkway, and the principal explained to me that that child comes and goes every day by ambulance. So our dedication to our young people with special needs is great. However, I am concerned about the transportation. I hope you could talk about that.
The transportation of students and making sure they get to the in-person learning is incredibly important, as you've expressed. And we always, I think, first and foremost, try to make sure that students have options as close to home as possible, and we work with our families to do that. But then we also want to make sure that there is transportation occurring. And I am very happy to say that our Office of Pupil Transportation worked very quickly to be able to, and I know personally, I also intervened in some supports with busing companies as well. And everyone has been very cooperative to make sure that the students get to and from the locations on the days that they are in person. So I would invite Sean Fitzpatrick to say any more specifically about transportation to make sure you have those finer details.
Got to unmute Sean.
Oh, thank you. Good. Yes. So our responsibility, as you know, is to get students to and from school in a safe and timely manner. And once the school program is in place, we work to route the students as efficiently and as directly as possible. Even when there's no specific requirements mandated by an IEP, we follow the following guidelines. If it's in borough, we try to make sure that travel time is no longer than 90 minutes. Out of borough, no longer than 105 minutes. And we do that using several factors.
I don't mean to stop you, but boy, that is an incredible amount of time when you think about it. 90 minutes, I assume that is each way. Am I wrong about that, or am I right about that?
That's correct.
Okay, so I appreciate your answer. I don't have much time. I just wanted to shine a light on this because, Chair Ayala talked about the possibility of people taking public transportation. That is basically an impossibility in my district, because even if they managed to get onto public transportation and say took the Q46 up Union Turnpike to 811, they would still have to walk up Marathon Parkway, which is quite a hill in all kinds of weather. So we don't have that luxury. That's why 90% of the households in my district own a car. It's just not possible. So I just wanted to bring that to the fore. And I really, I'm not going to ask any more questions. Much of what I wanted to talk today was covered by the chairs, and I thank them. And I just hope that in going forward in the future, when we talk about transportation, that we can cut down just 3 hours a day, especially for me. That's what I'm used to, and the amount of time I allow to get to City Hall from my house. But for a child with special needs on a bus that may not be so comfortable, et cetera, it's just it's just really not right. I'll leave it at that. So thank you, chairs. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day and a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Councilmember Grodenchik. We will now turn to Councilmember Barron.
Time starts now.
One moment, Councilmember Barron. If we could unmute Councilmember Barron, and you should see a little window pop up asking you to accept.
Can you hear
there
me
we
now?
go.
Okay,
yes.
good. Thank you so much. And thank you for explaining to my colleagues who saw my hand come up afterwards that I had already been in line. Thank you for that. I want to thank the chairs, Traeger and Ayala, for conducting this hearing. It's very important. And thank you for the administration's panel to present their testimony and answer questions. I know that we're in a very challenging time, and children who have special needs deserve special attention. My master's as a part of my preparation for teaching does include a master's in special education. So I do have some firsthand information about some of those challenges. In your earlier part of and I want to echo Councilmember Chair Traeger's commendation to the Chancellor and all the staff at the administration at Central and the staff at school. In your testimony, if you could be brief with your answers, we only have 5 minutes. In your testimony, you talked about accommodating loans for people who want to go into teaching. You talked about debt forgiveness, and you talked about para advancement. How widespread is this information available to those who are in the system to know that this is an option for them? How are they finding out about this?
Councilmember Barron, thank you for, as always, for your support. I want to just, for the sake of time, pivot quickly to Lauren Siciliano, our Chief Administrative Officer, so she can directly give you those points.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on the transportation paras specifically, we will follow up, as we mentioned earlier, with some more specific information on those titles in particular. What I will say, though, is that broadly, we are working incredibly closely with schools to ensure that they have the staffing support that they need. And we're doing this through a couple of different strategies. First, our borough offices are working closely with schools to schedule their funding to hire additional full-time teachers.
My question was about the programs for debt forgiveness and encouraging people to know that there are loan opportunities. So is that?
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. I misheard the question. Okay. So we do have programs for both loan forgiveness and debt forgiveness.
And how is that being communicated to the staff?
Got it. So we do targeted outreach to folks to participate in those programs. So I will get you additional details specifically addressing that question.
Okay, I would appreciate that because I don't know that that's widely known. But to get back to the para situation, I thought I heard testimony saying that there's no para shortage system-wide. So I'm confused as to why there is a shortage for special ed. The two seem to be—
I'm sorry, I misheard your question. My apologies.
No, this is a new question.
Okay. So I was referring, I thought you were asking for the follow-up that we had talked about earlier on any gaps related to—
If there's no system-wide shortage of paras, why is there a problem with special ed paras?
No, I'm sorry. I was referring to the transportation para conversation that we had earlier. As Christina said, there's no system-wide gap. We do have challenges in certain areas with paras responding to the posting for that. And so that's all I was referring to.
Okay. We understand and we're in agreement with what the challenges and the mission and the goals are for children with IEPs, to give them the best learning opportunities in the least restrictive environment. And with that understanding, I'm concerned as to why we don't hear more specific, targeted, numeric data as to what the situation is for students. If we have a common objective, how are we going to be clear where we are on that path to reaching that objective if we don't have hard data? I was very disappointed that you did not have specific numbers to give to the chairs when they asked. So I would like to have an answer, if not today, as a follow-up. How many students still do not have devices? For example, did you know that Councilmember Ayala's son did not have his device? How many students do not yet have devices? How many students in special education are not receiving all of the mandated services as per their IEP? Yes, I know the IEP was designed for children in the building, but now that we've switched and we've shown our
Time
flexibility and our
expired.
ingenuity and our creativity. Thank you. Creativity to address the needs of our students. How many students are still not receiving all of their mandated services? And we want to have that charted out. How many children are not getting all of these services, and what are those specific services that they're not getting? And in terms of children, particularly living in shelters, how many shelters have connectivity problems that are keeping children from getting online? And how many children, in fact, are in attendance, as the chair raised earlier on? So those are some specific questions that at some point I would like to have. And again, I'm disappointed that you didn't come with those numbers to this hearing. Thank you. Thank you to the chairs.
Did the DOE want to respond before?
Oh, I didn't know if you were.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Malcolm. Councilmember Barron, we will certainly get those answers to you and to the chairs. I think there are a couple of things. Christina mentioned also that we were on track to provide the November 1st deadline per City Council around the services that students received. And you may recall, we report that both on fully received and partially received so that you have that information. And she shared a little bit around that, some top lines of last year, as the chair said, it was 84%, and this year we're similar on track. It's 82. I need to give you the actual point percentage. I don't have that in my handy right now, but so that will be shared certainly with that full report will certainly be shared with the committees and with City Council. And you also mentioned number of devices in which students, I want to ask Lauren to chime in if she would like to, but as you may know, we made available on order 100,000 devices because we were made known of a number, I believe it's 77,000 that are needed. And so as we know about gaps, we continue to do that and to make sure that we fill those. And we have been working also with the city around it, making sure that there's connectivity in the shelters. You're absolutely right. That is a continued challenge and something that's on our minds to make sure that students get that support. And I think we also mentioned too that the attendance data was provided for the spring, and we are providing that for the council shortly with my colleagues' support. So Lauren, did you want to add anything else on the devices? And I know that didn't give you all the answers, but I want to make sure I hit at a high level each of the data requests that you made.
Yes, thank you, Linda. Everything you shared was obviously spot on in terms of devices. We are continuing to work with schools to confirm their needs. And as Linda mentioned, we've ordered an additional 100,000 iPads. And throughout this process, we have and we will continue to prioritize students with disabilities for those devices because we know how critical that is. On the questions you asked about the shelters, yes, we are reviewing the shelters now so that when there are connectivity issues, we can swap out SIM cards from one internet service provider to another. We've also created a family help desk, added capacity there that will help us resolve additional issues that come up from families, particularly for students in shelter. And then one piece, just while I'm unmuted and have a moment, I did want to go back and share one of the specific pieces of information that Chair Traeger had asked for earlier, and my apologies for not having it in front of me at the time. There was a question about the breakdown on medical accommodations that staff have received. Last week, I mentioned 34,000 accommodation requests had been approved for staff. That breaks down to 19,000 teachers, about 7,200 paras, 230 principals, 620 APs, and then a mix of other pedagogues and other staff. And I'd be happy to share more information on that. One piece that I did want to clarify in sharing those numbers is that just because a staff member has been approved for a reasonable accommodation doesn't mean that that is a staffing gap. In fact, all of our staff who are on reasonable accommodations are supporting students remotely. So I just wanted to make that clear. I'm happy to talk more later about all of the efforts we're doing to ensure schools have the staffing they need, but I did want to share that data now, and my apologies again that I didn't have it earlier.
So I thank you. I took notes on that. Just very quickly, did I hear correct that you mentioned 7,200 paraprofessionals have been granted medical accommodations? Is that correct?
Can we unmute Lauren again, please?
My apologies. Yes, 7,200 paras.
And does anyone have data? How many total paras do we have in the system?
I can absolutely get that data for you.
So this is, again, someone, I am a son of a retired paraprofessional, and my father is a retired District 75 teacher, so I know a little bit about this, and I'm a former teacher myself. There are certain services that paras, and I absolutely value and appreciate our amazing paraprofessional community, but there are certain services that paraprofessionals provide kids that are in person that I don't know how that's provided virtually. So are we experiencing a paraprofessional shortage as part of the staffing, and that has a direct impact on IEP mandates?
So Chair, I'll begin. Oh, sorry, Lauren.
No, go ahead, Linda.
You're absolutely right that there are various roles and essential functions that paraprofessionals serve, and some that don't work as well in a remote situation. So, for instance, like a health para, something like of that nature that's in-person services. So what we do is also balance, and to the extent possible, based on capacity, assign paras to students appropriate to the student's services. And also the other consideration is sometimes when a student, a one-to-one para or a health para, it also depends on where the student is, in person or remote. So if the student is remote, the para works with that student in a remote setting. And if they're in person, we make sure that a para that is not on a reasonable accommodation is assigned to that student. So know that we try to make sure, and principals are very keen to do this, to align staff's capacity in terms of paras to the needs of the student. So in some cases, if I'm the para that always have served this particular student for the last year, because I'm on reasonable accommodation, I might be shifted in such a way so that that student gets what they need, if that makes sense.
But Dr. Chen, last question, and then I'll be mindful of my colleagues' time. Because of the staffing shortages experienced in schools, and I'm hearing this anecdotally, I want to hear if you've heard the same. Because of the severe staffing shortages experienced in schools, have you heard, or are you aware of paraprofessionals being asked to basically supervise a study hall, a virtual study hall, because of the severe teacher shortages? Meaning that if in a high school, middle school, if there is no licensed teacher to teach the course, the teacher's working from home and the kids are logging onto Zoom in the class, they still need adult supervision. And from what I'm hearing, because of the severe staffing shortages, even folks like paraprofessionals who are not licensed to supervise children on their own, they need a teacher with them present, are being asked to just watch the class because they don't have enough staff working in schools. Are you aware of this? Have you heard of this?
I'm aware of extenuating circumstances, Chair, similar to what you're expressing. As to how far spread that is, it's not my understanding that is the case in every school building by any stretch. However, we do have some extenuating circumstance. Let's say it's a particular license course in a high school, and that's the only teacher in the school building, but that teacher is on a reasonable accommodation. So the students who are coming in are sometimes, and you're asking if I've heard of the situation, I have heard of a situation where the teacher is coming in on Zoom with the students who are in person. And then whether it's another teacher or sometimes if needed in an extenuating circumstance, a paraprofessional, those are some things that we also worked out in partnership with the U of T to make it doable. Again, that is something that is an extenuating circumstance issue and not the norm.
Okay, so I'll stop here, turn to my colleagues, but it will be helpful to know what the actual staffing demand number is. I appreciate the breakdown as far as medical accommodation, but we need to know what the demand is for how much staff our schools need, because I am hearing, and it's more than just one or two schools, that folks are being pulled in different directions to try to, just put an adult in a room to watch kids when in fact they're not really getting in-person services. So I'll turn it over back to my colleagues. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Borelli and Councilmember Levin. If we could go ahead and unmute Councilmember Lewis, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairs Treyger and Ayala, for hosting this very important hearing today. And I want to thank the administration for making themselves available to answer these questions today. I know the question was asked already, and I heard the response that the DOE supplied 12,500 assisted technology to IEP students. I had the same question, but mine was geared toward the most recent shutdown. So I wanted to know if the administration could share what percentage of students with IEPs that attended schools, particularly in the red zones, that didn't have electronic devices during the most recent shutdown. And the second question I had was, when do you all think the schools that were impacted that fall within the red zones are scheduled to reopen, and how can we get students with disabilities and IEPs back on track? And the third question, because I only have 5 minutes, do we know the number of students under the care of school psychologists in our DOE schools were not served during the most recent shutdown? Do we have a particular percentage? We know a lot of students, once they opted into the blended learning component and started school in the fall, a lot of them needed services and were assigned school psychologists, but then most recently, some of the schools in the red zones had to shut down. So I wanted to know, are you all tracking that information?
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis, for the questions. And absolutely, it is important when, at any point in time, whether it's a red zone situation or others, and I'm going to ask, I'll start and break the questions down, the responses down a little bit for Katie Generlich from DCSW to provide a little bit more detail around the protocols around the red zones, and then Christina to add anything I may have missed around school psychologists. But as the chair had asked previously around contingency plans, for instance. So at any point in time, we knew for health and safety reasons, we could be shut down for in-person. And therefore, there were plans around remote services and instruction and infrastructures for that schools defaulted into in the event that they would go for a complete shutdown of in-person learning. And so that is part of what we also did in these schools cases. I will tell you that we will need to get you the information on this very specifics of percentage of students of IEPs in red zones and those without devices. We want to make sure we get that precise number for you. And then in terms of the school psychologists, there are also a number of different protocols that we have worked with psychologists on, both providing guidance from Christina's office, but I would also say psychologists themselves have been partnering with us to garner some of the best practices to share across as well. So I'm going to start by pivoting to Katie around some of the particulars around the protocols for red zone, and then Christina for anything around psychologists to add.
Thank you, Linda. So as you know, the zones are decided by the state, and we're complying with their guidance here, which is at the moment that those schools continue to be fully remote. They're not acting in person. We'll continue to work with them every day to see when we can get them back online. The health department does see some encouraging data in those areas. I think this was reviewed yesterday by both the state and the city. There has been a positive data coming out of there. So we'll continue to work with them and keep everybody posted when we know.
I don't know if Christina can be unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Lewis, thank you for your question. I just would expand the scope of your question to, as I heard it, to be about counseling services, whether a number of different roles in our system provide those mandated counseling services, psychologists, social workers, some of our guidance counselors. Last year, we ended the school year with approximately 91% of our students receiving all of their mandated counseling services. Again, as I said earlier, we will not stop until we're at 100%. And those students who did not receive their mandated counseling services from our school providers are entitled to RSA services outside of the school.
What about during the most recent shutdown? Are you all tracking that information? Because while kids had to endure remote learning and all the changes some of the changes during COVID, I want to make sure that we're tracking all of that information. So if you could share that with us at some point, that would be helpful. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, council member, we'd be happy to share that with you. And that is all part of our reporting obligations that we will fulfill.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Borelli. If we could unmute Councilmember Borelli, please.
Thank you. I heard Chairwoman Ayala asking earlier in this hearing about mandatory testing and the stress that brings upon some students. Last hearing, I asked where the DOE gets the authority to mandate testing. I mean, as we know, entering a school is a constitutional right for a New York State student. And I specifically asked the chancellor where you get the authority to mandate testing and require consent to be tested. And the chancellor's response to me was that he would get back to me in writing. However, it's been over a week. I think at the time I received a text message saying I'd be told that by the end of the day. So can you answer that question for us of where the DOE gets the authority to require testing?
Councilmember Borelli, thank you for the question. And I know that my colleagues in the Chancellor's office is getting a response back to you. And I would also say that we work very closely with our sister agencies in the city to be able to make sure that any health and safety procedures are done certainly in tandem under that authority as well. Katie, if you want to add something to that, please feel free.
No, I think that sums it up.
Well, we've been testing for a couple of weeks now, so presumably the DOE established how they have the legal authority to do that before they started, correct?
Yes.
And what would have to be prepared to give me?
So right now, as you know, we parents sign a consent form to be a part of testing, and that's a regular procedure for us in the sense that they sign other consent forms for other health services in the building. As of right now, we're working through with the consents that we have, and we want to give parents time to adjust to that before we make any further decisions about mandating it for in person or not in person.
The mayor of Washington, Mayor Bowser, she reported today that her kindergartners saw a 22% decline in literacy rates of those students using remote learning. Do we test literacy in K through 2 and have the rates dropped in a similar way?
So literacy is, as you're noting, is of paramount importance for all of our learners and especially our students with disabilities. And we have a number of formative assessments that are provided. And I think you're asking specifically around the kindergarten through second grade, the early literacy initiatives. So we have a number of different ways that our schools track the literacy levels of students. And we also, in partnership with our Universal Literacy Program, have devised some guidance for schools, especially in the remote situation too. As you've noted, being able to assess a student's reading level remotely takes on some additional challenges than in person. And those are some things that we've been providing schools guidance with, and the schools follow that closely to be able to provide differentiated supports for students.
Do we have rates? Do we have a metric to report?
We don't track, there isn't one single assessment that every student uses, and therefore we can track and compare across. There are multiple forms of information that are collected by schools to do that. And the schools at their level know where students are in terms of their reading levels.
So do we have any idea of whether the actual learning that's taking place has decreased in some capacity? How the results were? I mean, there has to be a way to tell whether we're doing good or we're doing bad. And the question is, are we doing good when it comes to kids in grades K through 2 with respect to reading and of course, math and all the other subjects?
So our teachers and our school principals have periodic assessments and informal assessment procedures at the school level, and they track. So for instance, part of it includes listening to a student read and read in terms of the rate of their reading and the accuracy in terms of phonics, as well as their comprehension. So all of those are factors that every teacher checks, especially in the K-2 grades. In addition to that, part of, if you're asked, like, how do we know? We know because we provide additional resources. So for instance, foundational reading strategies and teaching of those skills take on some different considerations when it comes to the remote learning space. And
just a
yes.
simple question. The mayor of Washington said that she saw, according to their metrics, a 22% decline in literacy rates. Can you say that our rates of however we measure success in terms of literacy, can we say that our rates have not gone down since we switched to predominantly remote learning?
Time expired.
So can I just finish answering that question? I don't know what the mayor of Washington, D.C. is using as her metric in terms of comparison.
We definitely use something. So did our rates go down?
As I said before, Councilman Burley, we don't have one single measure that every school uses. It's different. So like in terms of like there's state exams there where we can compare across. We don't have one single assessment that every single kindergarten, first and second grader takes that we can compare overall rates.
So how do we know remote learning is working for kids then? I guess that's what I'm really asking.
We know that our schools are providing those differentiated supports. I agree with you wholeheartedly that there are additional challenges in the remote learning space. There's no way to deny that. That is also why we have really prioritized and put quite a bit of effort into in-person learning so that we have that available option to every family that can engage in that. But in terms of actually having a firm metric that we can stand by and say every kid was given this assessment and this is what we know, we don't have that measure, but we do have at the local level, every school knows which students are on grade level and
so if
are
the
not.
goal is to get better in-person learning for more kids, in the last 21 days, there's 3 studies out saying that schools aren't super spreaders. The mayor and governor have conceded that schools aren't super spreaders. Your own data in testing has conceded that schools aren't super spreaders. So if the science, the elected leaders and our own testing isn't indicating that we should continue with this constant remote learning, why don't we just open up to all kids who want to be there?
I think you've seen us engage quite a bit of effort to get in person, to be safe, and that's why you see those low numbers, quite frankly. Now, I do also think that responsibly, in terms of as educators, we need to make sure that remote learning is a viable option, because at any point in this pandemic, we don't know. I mean, New York City made great gains from being the epicenter to, the very low rates we have, especially in our schools, as you've very much noted here. We want to make sure that there is solid remote learning, that in the event, and as the previous council member Lewis mentioned too, when there's a red zone shutdown, that we have a reliable and responsible method of educating students in the remote space as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Borelli. And finally, we will hear from Councilmember Levin. If we could please unmute Councilmember Levin.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to ask, follow up on Chair Traeger's questions around children in shelter. We talked a little bit at the last hearing about the ability that the DOE has to replace some SIM cards, some T-Mobile SIM cards with Verizon SIM cards. The Chancellor made reference to 10 shelters. We know that it's happening at one shelter, but there are many, there's dozens of shelters that house children all across the city, school children. Do we have a clear picture of how many shelters have reported internet capacity issues?
Councilmember Levin, thank you for the question. In the sake of time, I'm just going to pivot quickly to Lauren Siciliano.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm happy to talk about this. And as you know, since we have started doing the iPad distribution, our students in shelter have been the first students to receive them. And we work very closely with our partners at DHS and DSS to coordinate those deliveries. As the Chancellor mentioned last week, the list of 10 shelters was an initial list based on information that we had from our partners around the connectivity challenges at those sites. That by no means means that those are the only 10 that we're looking at, but those were the 10 that we were starting with, given the connectivity issues at those sites. And in some cases, we are able to resolve the issues without changing the SIM card. In cases where we do, we're able to swap those out.
Okay. Do we have what I'm looking for is a kind of a comprehensive list of technological challenges that have been identified in shelters, specifically by the shelter, and kind of what those action, what remediations have taken place there. So, and I would love to be able to see anything like that. So just kind of a clear and comprehensive accounting, so that we can be, very confident on our end that no child in shelter is losing out any more than they already are.
Absolutely understand that. And we, of course, share your goal. So I will take that question back and see what we have.
Yeah, if we can get a comprehensive accounting. I mean, I really want to know shelter by shelter, what the problems are that have been identified and how they're being addressed. And I'd really like to see that as quickly as possible. So if we could follow up on that, that would be very appreciated.
Understood. I will share that question back with our partners at DHS and see what we can provide.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Seeing no further hands, Councilmember Traeger, I will turn it back to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to just note for the record that it is my view that a big part of the reason why we're experiencing a severe staff shortage, which again is impacting a lot of kids, is because of the choice to implement this hybrid model. We are absolutely, there's no question we're facing challenges with the pandemic. There's no question that we have a lot of hard work and dedicated staff that are in high risk categories and folks that certainly need medical accommodations. But in my analysis of this model, you basically require three sets of folks. One group for a cohort A on a Monday, a different group for a cohort B on a Tuesday. Then you need an entire group through on their remote days. And I know that there have been changes as far as what was promised to kids even on the remote days who opted for the blended learning because of the staff shortages. And I will go back to, I think that this model needs to be revisited immediately. It's not working. It's not clicking. And I'm not saying this from a point of just, playing gotcha, or this is not a game to me. This is serious. I'm sure I speak for all my colleagues that we get the calls from families and educators and people who want better for their kids. And of course we have to manage safety in a pandemic, but ego and pride should not get in the way. I think we have to do what's best immediately for kids. The system is not working. And it requires exponentially more staff at a time when we're also in a fiscal crisis, and a lot of folks who are being granted medical accommodations for understandable reasons. I will continue, I think my colleagues will continue to push for this advocacy for transparency, but we need a lot more information than we got today. We still don't have the attendance, we still don't have the percentage, and as mentioned by Ms. Foti, they'll get us something by November as far as the percentage of compliance. I just want to note again for the record that even when folks bring up numbers of 84%, 85%, we're still talking about thousands of kids not getting services. And even when folks use the language of partial services, partial is not full. And kids deserve full resources, full accommodations, and these are mandates. So I will, just continue to follow up and we'll use whatever tool in the council that we have. Whether it's legislation, the council has used before subpoena power to get information. We'll use every tool in our toolbox to get information as soon as possible on behalf of our children. So thank you for your time, testimony today, and Malcolm, we will move on with the next panel. If my co-chair has any closing remarks to the administration.
I do not.
Thank you, co-chair.
Okay, thank you, Department of Education. We appreciate it. We will follow up soon. We are now going to turn to the very patient public witnesses that we have that have been standing by and are eager to testify. So as I reminded everyone at the beginning of this hearing, I'm going to be calling you in panels. We ask for council members that have questions for individual panelists, please use the Zoom raise hand function, and I will call you in the order with which you raise your hand when the panel has concluded their testimony in full. Everyone will be given 2 minutes to testify. Please wait until you hear the Sergeant at Arms give you the cue to begin. And when the 2 minutes is up, we just ask that you please wrap up your final thoughts so we can move on to the next panelist. So for our first public panel, we have Mary Jo Janisi from the UFT, Randy Levine, Advocates for Children, Maggie Maroff, the Arise Coalition, Lori Podvesker, Include New York City, Ellen McHugh, Citywide Council on Special Education. We will first start with Mary Jo.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I want to thank the chairs, Mark Traeger and Diana Ayala, for putting this together. And I appreciate, as a former occupational therapist in the Department of Education for many years, I appreciate your understanding of the value of providing individualized attention and services to our students. And it's already been stated that in many school settings, there's a huge struggle for students to get the services that they are required to receive. So I'll be succinct. First, I just want to say that our educators do need the tools to do what they're being asked to do. So a lot of the devices that they have, whether laptops that have been provided, they don't have the camera range or the auditory ability to really capture a true environment where students could completely interact with each other as an entire class. Also, our students need a tremendous amount of support in the use of technology, as we've heard as well. And from meeting with groups of teachers, we're finding that the 20 minutes that are allocated in the day for office hours, which should be a good time to discuss with parents the intricacies of students' academic progress, or the PAD, as Christina mentioned, that time's not being utilized for that. Rather, it's being used to help families and students troubleshoot many, many tech issues. I would be remiss if I also didn't mention the staffing shortage. As you mentioned, Chairman, related to the models, there's a significant issue here where our teachers are responsible for lesson plans, specially designed instruction, outreach to families for students that are right before them in person, for the students that when they're not in person but are at home, and for fully remote students. So all of this is taking a tremendous amount of time for our teachers, and therefore they're not able to give the amount of instruction that ideally they would want to give because of this. So I just want to, in closing,
Time is expired.
sorry?
So you could go ahead and wrap up.
Yeah, you can wrap up your final statement.
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to ask for your support as allies in government to help the Department of Ed cut down the wait time on their tech helpline, to consider that every school needs a tech expert, a designated tech expert, and to encourage tech companies like Google to listen to educators, because there are some very good suggestions they have that could make the management of the classroom much better. And lastly, to urge administrators to continue hiring staff and also to look at the qualified staff that are currently in out of classroom positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jo. Next, we will hear from Randy Levine, Advocates for Children. If we could unmute Randy, please.
Clock is ready.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Randy Levine. I'm the Policy Director of Advocates for Children of New York. We recognize the immense challenge of reopening the nation's largest public school system and know that many DOE staff members and educators have been working extremely hard and appreciate that. At the same time, we are gravely concerned about the impact of the pandemic on students with disabilities. Since the school year began, we have assisted hundreds of families. While many parents are relieved that their children are back in school and others are relieved to continue remotely, we have heard about a range of concerns. This month, we heard from families whose children's IEPs mandate classes of no more than 12 students who are in remote classes with double or triple that number, spanning up to 4 grade levels. Families pleading for more in-person instruction because their children are losing skills, including a child with autism who spends remote learning throwing their iPad. Families who chose blended learning to get in-person services, but were only offered remote services, including one parent who described his kindergarten students' remote physical therapy as pointless. Families whose children are not getting their mandated services, including a child whose IEP mandates 3 sessions of sets per week, but has received a total of 2 sessions this year. Families whose children are receiving minimal remote live instruction and are being pulled out for remote related services, including a student whose speech therapy is scheduled for the same time as his 1 hour per day of live class instruction. Families of students whose ICT classes are being taught only by a general education teacher or not being taught at all on days of remote learning. Families who have been waiting months for evaluations, including a parent who first requested an evaluation last February before schools closed. Families who cannot understand their program adaptations document because it's not translated in the language they speak. Families whose students have been waiting for iPads since as far back as July. Families offered a Learning Bridges seat only to be told illegally by the program that it could not meet their child's needs, including a child with autism who was turned away, and there are more examples in our written testimony. It's hard to overstate how much work there is to do to help students with disabilities now and as the city recovers. We will be looking to the City Council to help get the data needed to better understand problems and target solutions, to shine a spotlight on the impact of this pandemic on students with disabilities and advocate on their behalf, to secure desperately needed resources to better meet their needs, and to ensure students get the compensatory services to which they are entitled to make up for the learning time they have lost and are continuing to lose, and get students back on track. Thank you for focusing today's hearing on students with disabilities. We appreciate the ongoing work the Council has done. We appreciate the ongoing work the Council has done to draw attention to the needs of students with disabilities, to secure needed resources, and look forward to continuing to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. And next, we will hear from Maggie Maroff from the Arise Coalition.
Clock is ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Maggie Moroff, and I coordinate the Arise Coalition. The last 8 months have been traumatic for DOE staff, families, many of whom you'll hear from today, and of course, students. And students with disabilities have been disproportionately impacted. I'd like to stress 4 things today, a little bit different than what we've been hearing about. Sharing information with parents, school staff working with parents to develop and share pads, giving parents access to their children's individual CSIS accounts, and gathering data. First, the DOE needs to share real-time, coherent information with parents in varied languages through multiple means of communication and in a timely way. This shouldn't be left to overwhelm school staff who seem to be learning it all right alongside the rest of us. We appreciate the Office of Special Education's Beyond Access series and the changes that have been made to the website, but they're not enough. Information needs to go out through mailings and texts and emails and phone calls and public service announcements in all the languages that New York's diverse population speak. Next, the DOE must ensure that schools truly seek parents' input in developing those pads that we heard about. They must provide parents with copies of those pads right away, and they should be translating the child's specific information in those pads for families as needed. We also call on the DOE to give parents access to their children's CSIS accounts so that parents can review the actual rollout and provision of services that their kids are getting right now in real time. We understand that this is in the works, but parents shouldn't have to wait any longer for this really critical information. And then lastly, the city, as you discussed earlier, the city needs to collect, analyze, and publicly report data with regard to remote and hybrid learning. We were really glad to see the bill that Chair Traeger introduced, which would require reporting around remote learning.
Time has expired.
Briefly, to strengthen that, we urge that the data breakdowns be disaggregated by disability status, include disaggregated attendance rates, and include data on the extent and nature of paraprofessional support being provided in person and remotely. We believe that all of this will help ensure the delivery of services now and the delivery of compensatory services later. My written testimony has a whole lot more. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Maggie. And next we'll hear from Lori from Include NYC.
Clock is ready.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to thank both committees for holding this important hearing on reopening the schools and its impact on students with disabilities. My name is Lori Podvesker, and I'm the Director of Policy at Include NYC. And I'm also the parent of a near 18-year-old who attends a District 75 high school program. While we commend the mayor and the chancellor for their efforts to return 1.1 million children to classrooms during a global public health pandemic, economic crisis, and civil and emotional unrest, we testify today with great urgency for City Hall to prioritize the education of nearly 300,000 students with disabilities ages 3 through 21 in New York City right now and for the long term, at least for the next 10 years as our city recovers from COVID-19. While COVID-19 and remote and blended learning have disrupted the lives of all students and their families, students with disabilities have been the most affected by these disruptions. Changes in routines and loss in in-person instruction, supports, and services have placed additional barriers to a quality education in a system that pre-pandemic was already failing our students. The pandemic has greatly exacerbated the pre-existing achievement gap between general education students and students with disabilities. Last spring, when the pandemic first hit and remote learning was in place for all students in the school system, parents of students with disabilities became special education teachers, speech therapists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, mental health counselors, and the main source of interaction for their kids. Parents were required to take on these roles, all while surviving day to day and keeping their families and themselves healthy, safe, housed, fed, clothed, and employed. This was if they were fortunate enough to have a job and or keep an existing job with all the new and competing priorities. One parent said, buying food, paying rent, internet, and electricity, trying to make sure my son is not becoming anxious about what is happening are my biggest challenges. Another parent said, I want my child to actually learn something and for the therapist to fulfill the mandates instead of telling me in front of my child that services were optional. There's a lot more I can say too, like Maggie said, that's in our written testimony, and just want to highlight some other issues, which is the issue for stronger communications, both school-based and from central, on very basic things. Right before schools reopened, we heard from a lot of families who didn't know what their schedule was going to be like at their child's school, didn't have access to busing information, didn't know the names of teacher and therapists, and this isn't okay. And for non-English speaking families, there's even more barriers. One other thing just want to draw quick attention to is that we've seen a huge increase in calls from parents and professionals the last 7 months, almost a 200% increase based on the need. And we've also seen an increase on the number of calls from families and professionals of kids in District 75 programs who are looking for information on residential programs for their children who would otherwise remain at home. And I think that's very telling of what's happening. That's all we have for now. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Lori. And next we will hear from Ellen McHugh from the Citywide Council on Special Education.
Clock is ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time, and thank you for holding the hearing. My name is Ellen McHugh, and I'm the co-chair of the Citywide Council on Special Education. As we all know, and as we have heard today, the opening of schools has been particularly rocky for students with IEP. While many may disagree with me, I believe that staff are making a good faith effort to provide the services and satisfy the needs of students with mandates on their IEP. Their skills may range from mediocre to excellent, but the vast majority are dedicated and desire a positive outcome. While we must recognize the missteps and mishaps that have occurred, I do believe we can use our intelligence, guided by our experience, to improve on the methods that work. A glaring issue for all parents of all students is the fact that no parents were included in the negotiations with the DOE and their labor partners when plans were being made. A chancellor who touts his respect for parent leadership at the local and citywide level has yet and did not or could not advocate for that leadership to be part of the planning. One problem for parents and students with disabilities is the equipment provided for remote learning. Many of the devices are equipped with accessibility adaptations for those with individuals. These programs are not available across the board to all students. They have either been blocked or not loaded onto devices. Speech to text, large print availability, closed captioning, or for pre-recorded lessons, or read aloud programs for students with learning disabilities cannot be activated. Most surprising to me is that spell check, word suggestions, language corrections are not available on most devices given to students. These are programs that a typical person or student using a typical device at home or at work has easy access to all day, every day. These are examples of universal design.
Time is expired.
UDL is a framework to improve and optimize teaching and learning for all people based on scientific insights on how humans learn. It benefits all students, advanced, struggling, or with learning disabilities. Enabling or preloading these programs will benefit all of the students who receive these devices. On behalf of the students and parents we all want to serve, and learn, I am asking for your help in ensuring that the devices come fully enabled for our students with special needs. Thank you again.
Thank you. And that concludes the testimony for this panel. I will turn it to Chair Traeger and Chair Ayala.
First of all, thank you to this extraordinary panel. I look to many of you also for your great information and insight and advocacy, and a lot of it shapes our advocacy. So I really want to thank all of you. I consider all of you to be partners, and I learned from you. So I want to thank all of you. One quick question, if anyone's, I'm hearing anecdotally again, but I'm wondering if anyone else has heard this, that some families have expressed concerns about the burdensome supply list that they're being asked to purchase or to try to obtain to comply with school requirements for this hybrid model. As we heard before, many kids need more adaptive technology to conduct remote learning because you can't really type on iPads or it's. But some schools are asking parents and families, well, that's a part of your supply list. Go out and buy it, and that really disproportionately hurts working class folks who might not have the means to buy stuff that in the past would just be a couple of pencils and pens and paper, but now has become more expensive in terms of trying to comply with this remote hybrid. Have anyone heard about burdens on families in terms of what is being asked of them? I see Ellen raising her hand, so I'll call on Ellen first. Thanks, Ellen.
Not only are they being asked to provide equipment or paper, pencils, et cetera, they're not being given the equipment that they need to use at home. My son is deaf. FM units are necessary and can be lent out. They are being told, nope, too bad, good night, good luck. That's too expensive to give to you. It's not said quite as rudely as that, but that's the impact. And yes, people are being asked, including downloading programs that cost $30, $40, $50. You know, if they can download it, all well and good, but you know, that's a lot of money, especially if you've got 2, 3 kids in the house. And downloading them on each device may cost you money as well. I'm sorry, it's very frustrating.
No, Ellen, thank you, because that's how I learn, and I've heard it from some folks in my district, and I'm just trying to compile this. So if anyone else has any additional things or stories, I will make a note of it, and I will follow up with DOE accordingly, because parents and kids are going through a lot, and we should not be putting any more burdens and challenges on their plate right now. If anyone else has anything to say on that, I'd appreciate it. I see Maggie raising her hand.
Yeah, I mean, so not on that specifically, but I think that you raise a really interesting point, and you know, and it's what Lori talked about a little bit more in detail, which is just how much is being asked of families right now. You know, they're working as teachers and service providers and counselors, and all while doing, you know, their work as parents and while doing their work as employees somewhere else and being parents to other kids. So I think that that's just part of a whole package of things that are making this task next to impossible for some. Not impossible, because families are superhuman and they are seeing their way through it, but making it so difficult for those families.
Totally. And if I could just add to that, you know, my personal experience working full time doing advocacy work and parenting an almost 18-year-old guy who's nonverbal and not too independent, the quality of remote instruction is so inferior that I have to say there's a big part of me that is ready to abandon that every other week, because it's not worth the calories, not worth the squeeze, and not worth the outcomes that we're getting. And also just figuring out technology. Again, I'm an educated, privileged person. I used to teach general ed and special ed, and it takes me a long time to figure out how to access each class and the associated platforms. And so I think if I'm having such a hard time doing this, what is the majority of families in our system experiencing? And I think it says a lot.
Thank you, Lori. And final thing to the panel, who I respect a lot, I shared a proposal, a vision back in July. I worked on it with a number of educators, parents, families, in my community. And it's a proposal. I don't assume to have all the answers. This is and I'm not a public health expert, but I did wait to read the state education department and state health department guidance and made sure it was consistent with that. And I see a number of school districts across America adopting versions of what I proposed and shared, a phased-in approach, providing more services for younger children and children with special needs and children in temporary housing. Just curious to hear folks' thoughts on their thoughts on what I shared compared to the hybrid model, which I really think is an issue here. That's not really meeting, as we hear, it's not really equitable. It's not really meeting the needs of kids who need it the most and of working parents. I also want to add a category of people. I know as a former high school teacher, a number of my students were caretakers for their younger siblings. And with remote learning, many high school students have taken on additional responsibilities. Some of them are now working to help mom or dad pay rent, put food on the table. Many of them are helping their younger brothers and sisters with remote learning at the expense of their own instruction. And that also weighs heavy on me, because I have spoken to some high school seniors who were supposed to be celebrating this year, but are now caring for sick relatives and watching their younger siblings, providing childcare services because mom or dad have to work. So just curious to hear folks' opinions and thoughts on a true phased-in approach, providing more options for elementary children with special needs, early childhood, as compared to the hybrid model. Thank you. Maggie, anyone?
Apparently I like speaking today. Thank you. We've been thinking about this recently, and we were pleased to see the DOE prioritizing students, some of the students with high special ed needs by opening up the District 75 schools earlier on and making that a little bit more available. We do think that, and sorry, right now I'm talking as my role as special ed policy coordinator at Advocates for Children and not necessarily on behalf of the Arise Coalition. But we do think that if students have high enough needs to merit a self-contained placement, whether it's in District 75 or the community schools, then they probably also need those additional options and supports. I think that's what you were getting at a little bit. Whether or not a student lands in District 75 or in a specialized program, for example, in District 1 through 32, is a matter of a whole number of factors. And the fact that they are if they're lucky enough to be in a program like ASD, Nest, or Horizon, they're still in the District 1 through 32 programs. They still have those needs that are very high and probably merit some additional in-person time in school.
Thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? Randy?
I'll just add quickly, we deeply appreciate your work to shine a light on the need for equity this year and in school reopening. And we at Advocates for Children have been concerned that the school reopening plan hasn't been centered on equity. And as you know, we hear concerns not only from families of students with disabilities, but families of English language learners, students in shelter, students in foster care. And we hear from families who are glad that they have the option for full-time remote instruction. And we hear from families who desperately want more time in school. And just to give one quick example, we're working with a student now who's in kindergarten, and his parent chose blended learning because remote instruction has been so challenging for him. And he was only offered 1 day a week of in-person learning, and he's in a 12-student class. And his parent is finding remote learning incredibly challenging. He was this past week offered a seat in a Learning Bridge program. His parent, besides her own need to work, thought that the Learning Bridge program could potentially provide him with some additional support, but called the program and was told, we don't support students with autism, and you can't go here. And so we're certainly working to help that individual child. But I think it shows how, as we move forward this year and as we go into the next quarter, we have to think about what more we can do, including offering more in-person instruction for students who need that additional support. And really appreciate your efforts, Chair Traeger and Chair Ayala.
Well, the sounds of New York. New York is not a ghost town after all, right? Does my co-chair Ayala have a comment? I saw you were want to say a few words, and then Ellen had a few words.
Yeah, I don't have any further questions. I think you guys were very thorough, but I wanted to thank you for coming to today's hearing and staying and really contributing so nicely to this conversation, and just really appreciative to have all of you out there advocating for families every single day. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And Ellen, the final word for this panel?
think we're using soft language to hide harsh realities. We talk about synchronous and asynchronous, blended, not blended, hybrid, in person, all kinds of vague statements about what a child can benefit from. And yet, when we translate those things to families, they are dumbfounded at the lack. I believe people are trying. I really, really do. But I think that direction from City Hall has slowed down information. I think direction from City Hall has lessened information. And I think direction from City Hall has made people so cautious about saying anything that the only words they can use are soft words to express a harsh reality.
Well said. Thank you very much, Ellen. Appreciate you. Thanks to the entire panel. Next, Malcolm.
Thank you. For the next panel, actually, chairs, we got a late email from a student that wants to join us from District 75. So the next panel will be Lucas Healy, Tanisha Grant, Paulette Healy, Amber Decker, and Jessamine Lee. And we will first start with our student, Lucas Healy.
Clock is ready.
He may have dropped off. It looks like I don't see him. So what we'll do is we will go to Tanisha Grant, and then if Lucas pops back in, we will go to him after Tanisha. So if we can, there we go.
Thank you, Chairman Trigger. Every day I'm gaining more and more respect for you, and I appreciate that. Thank you for donating to our laptop initiative. To get our children, our Black and brown children, laptops. There's a lot that's not being said here, and there's a lot that's not being represented here. And that's the Black and brown people that is disproportionately happening to. Disproportionately, these children that we are talking about, these families that we are talking about are Black and brown. But yet, I'm the only Black woman on here right now. That's disturbing to me. I do not like to witness other people talk about things that's happening in my community, that's happening to me. I am a grandmother of a 4-year-old autistic, nonverbal grandson who got no services when this happened. I have no soft words, Ellen. I have harsh realities. The DOE is not doing their job. For them to sit here and tell you they don't have data for this, they don't have data for that, I don't need data, I live it. I have lists that are overflowing with children that do not have working devices. That's why we as a community have decided to do it for ourselves and to scrape our little bit of pennies together during COVID to get our babies technology, the first thing that they need. The second thing, Chairman, supplies, school supplies been $100 or more before this pandemic. And we are leaving out parents on fixed incomes. What about parents with disabilities? What about parents that live on Social Security? Do they not count? Do we not care about them? Do we not care about how they are feeding their families, how they are dealing with children with special needs and can't get the resources that they need? I think that if we're going to succeed and we're going to change things, we cannot leave out the people that are the center of the hurt, that have been hurting. This is nothing new to us. So make sure that we are included in the conversation, because I will. Thank you, Chairman Trigger.
Thank you. And next, we will hear from Amber Decker. If we could please unmute Amber Decker.
Clock is ready.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me testify today. Can everyone hear me or yeah? Okay. I just wanted to echo what was just said. I think that I'm working with families all the time. I'm actually shocked to hear that there are students with autism in District 75 that are in class sizes of 6 and 8. Half of them are on remote, so you have the class size of 2 or 3 in person, and you have these students coming in 1 week and then the next week they're without any option for in person. And my understanding of autism and my own personal experience having an autistic son, that is creating a Jekyll and Hyde effect of students that are 1 minute doing okay, and then the next minute they're not, and I don't understand how the CDC guidelines can't be adhered to in a class size of 2 or 3. It makes absolutely no sense. A class size of 6 to 1 and 8 to 1 and 12 to 1 that is cut in half because half of the students have opted in for remote should absolutely be offering every student that every family that wants blended in-person services should be able to come in person if they are in a self-contained setting. And I've yet to hear how the DOE can justify not serving the most vulnerable population here or the most impacted population here. There's only 17 to 20,000 students in District 75. So, we're all still waiting to hear how this is going to affect these students long-term and what DOE is going to be offering to them without them having to exercise their rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we will hear from Paulette Healy. If we could go ahead and unmute Paulette, please.
Clock is ready.
Paulette, you're unmuted.
Hi. We actually just lost our Wi-Fi connection because there's construction going on right outside our house. I'm on my data right now. Can I put Lucas on first? Would that be all right?
Chair Traeger says, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, buddy.
Hello, my name is Lucas Healy, and I go to a D75 school. I wanted to say hi to my friends, Councilman Traeger and Councilman Brandon, and Miss Christina and Mr. John. Miss Christina was my first principal when I started kindergarten. I did not know too many words then. Thanks to my D75 school, I can read books that I love and count money. And now I'm using my Chromebook, but I'm afraid it's disconnected. Okay, I like a pro. Yeah, I was so happy when I could go for a in-person speech in the summer, but when the school started in September, or the buildings were not safe, it's because of the virus. Yes, my school buildings was closed because of positive cases. But my teachers were still forced to go inside. Also, even if the buildings were safe, I could not go without a school bus because my school is not in my distress. Yes, I go more than 1 hour to get to school. That is why I am here to ask you, city councilman, and to please support more RD75 E75 programs so I can continue learning. I will be starting high school at September, and I do not have many choices. Yes, my sister who who is not in D75 can go to a high school in my community, but I can't because that program does not exist yet. In my distress, it's not fair that there are lots of kids who need programs like the D75. And I wanted to keep learning. I should not have traveled so far to go to school. Oh, thank you for giving me this time. Lucas Healy signing out.
So first of all, Lucas is a superstar. Lucas, I am so proud of you. You are speaking to a very broad audience. It takes courage and guts to speak so powerfully and so effectively. And you are speaking not just on behalf of yourself and your family, but on behalf of thousands and thousands of kids and their families. So I want to say, as a former teacher, and I'm still a teacher, I give you an A+, Lucas. You are awesome. I am so proud of you. We are so proud of you. And I want to give a virtual Zoom round of applause for your extraordinary work. And we're with you, and we're going to keep fighting for you and for your family and for all of your classmates. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lucas. And we'll hear from Paulette, if Paulette's there as well.
Yep. I'm here, Councilman Traeger.
Paulette, just give me 1 second while I rename you, please.
Thank you.
Clock is ready.
Okay. Greetings, esteemed council members. My name is Paulette Healy.
Okay, go ahead. Your name's now changed. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Greetings, esteemed council members. My name is Paulette Healy, and I'm a council member on the Citywide Council on Special Education, member of Press NYC, and Lucas Healy's mom. I want to commend Deputy Chief Academic Officer Christina Foti and her team for their leadership and continued responsive engagement with our council and our special education community. You personally have gone above and beyond any DOE agency to engage and actively listen and problem solve the issues presented to you. And for that and for you, I will forever be grateful. That being said, we have heard how frustrated our city council members are with the failure of the DOE to offer concrete data about things such as attendance, device distribution, teacher shortage numbers, and class size. We know students who have not been able to attend school even to this day because a bus pair still has not been assigned and are being told if they remove the pair from their IEPs, their child can get on the bus. We know students not only still waiting for a learning device, but also assistive technology because they are nonverbal, therefore cannot benefit from live instruction. And some parents who are still waiting to conclude their assistive technology evaluations that were initiated pre-COVID. Children are being sent into schools anticipating in-person services and only receiving teletherapy in the classroom. What sense does that make? Our students with disabilities have not been prioritized in this poor excuse of a school reopening. And unlike the summer, rec centers were not available for our essential workers who have children with disabilities who are struggling to find childcare supports. The guidance the DOE is putting out is not being implemented on the ground level. We advocates have been saying this for years, that this top-down approach is not working, and this pandemic has put a glaring spotlight on that. And as Laura Podvesker had mentioned previously, our families are faced with a daily struggle between paying for Wi-Fi so their children can continue to learn and put food on the table. Also, just to note, busing contracts have ballooned to over $1.56 billion so far, which is $31 million more than it cost in 2018-2019.
Time is expired.
May I finish my thought?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, please.
And that does not include the acquisition of Reliant for countless millions more. When every penny counts, this kind of spending feels outrageous. So I am here to urge the council members to please your collective power to institute universal broadband for all in order to address the digital divide that prevents our children from a free and appropriate education. I urge the City Council to really look at how our DOE is using this money, this little itty bitty money that has been allocated to address the inequities that are going on in our schools. And I urge the City Council to support more programs like the D75 program, like the ASD Nest program, like the ASD Ames program, which there are only 90 seats in the entire city, but has shown data that it works. And when you go into early intervention and provide those supports early on, these children learn. I urge City Council to look at programs like Wharton Gillingham and Wilson's, contrary to the ones that are being used now, because that is learning by science, that is reading by science, that is literacy by science, and it's proven to work. And if we can't get our children to read, then what good are we as parents and advocates? Thank you so much for the time, and thank you for allowing my son to speak today.
Thank you, Paulette. And Lucas is awesome, and you're awesome, and we're gonna continue to fight like hell for our kids and families. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Jessamine Lee. If we can go ahead and unmute Jessamine Lee, please.
Clock's ready.
Hi, my name is Jessamine Lee. I am a parent and PTA president at PS 84 in Brooklyn, and an SLT member and a former DOE ESL teacher. One of my children is a fourth grader in the ASD Nest program at PS 84. And before I begin, I want to just say thank you to Chairman Traeger for pointing out the artificiality and the manufactured nature of our staffing crisis that we find ourselves in. It didn't need to be this bad. And I feel like our children and our educators are being used as pawns in our mayor's attempt to look for his next job. That said, I'd like to move on to the remote portion of blended learning. That is to say that, you know, the DOE withdrew any requirement for schools to provide synchronous instruction on blended learning days. And the ripple effect of that is that every kid in an ICT class who is a blended learner is not receiving their mandated co-taught periods per week. And as you push the DOE to report not only whether or not students are underserved, I urge you to find out how underserved they are, because it goes beyond whether or not kids are receiving their related services. If they're not receiving their co-taught instruction, they are not receiving their education. And the other thing I want to mention is that, you know, the DOE is not being transparent about assistive technology. I am here now over 11 months after putting in a request for an assistive tech evaluation for my child. Request went in October 2019. The evaluation occurred remotely last July, which was a ridiculous process. And I don't know how a parent who doesn't enjoy the privileges I do could have possibly facilitated that remote evaluation. Mandate was made. IEP meeting was.
Time is expired.
May I finish?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. The IEP meeting was delayed because the honestly, the scheduling restrictions caused by teachers being pulled in so many different directions leads to an unavailability of scheduling IEP meetings is essentially impossible. Had the IEP meeting earlier this month, got a call saying that, you know, unfortunately, my daughter's Chromebook has been requisitioned, but is back ordered until sometime, you know, to be determined. And the sum total of this is that this was a problem before COVID. My kid should have been hooked up with her device in February 2020. And, you know, this is just this situation is amplifying and exacerbating the DOE's systematic disregard for students with disabilities. And, you know, we need to shed more light on this and find out exactly the scope. And before I finish, I just want to say that, you know what, the DOE has not done anything to address the truncated services offered last spring due, you know, as implemented through the remote learning plans. Related services were cut in half, and the DOE has no plan to address those deficiencies or issue RSAs. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And that concludes this panel. I'll turn it to Chair Traeger and Chair Ayala if they have any questions. Councilmember Ayala.
I don't have any questions, but wanted to thank Lucas for coming to testify today. Thank you. We're so proud of you.
We thank everyone that testified on this panel. We will now move on to the next one. For the next panel, we will be calling Katrina Feldkamp from Legal Services NYC. We will be calling Charlotte Pope, Girls for Gender Equity. Kimberly Olson, New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. Jennifer Rodriguez, and Young Se Bay. And we will go ahead and start with Katrina.
It's ready.
Thank you, chairs. My name is Katrina Feldkamp, and I'm an education attorney at Bronx Legal Services and a member of the Healing Centered Schools Working Group. My testimony will focus on a subset of students with disabilities who've been particularly impacted by remote learning, students with trauma-related behavioral and emotional health challenges. Childhood trauma impacts 1 in 4 students nationwide. Since COVID, many students, particularly Black, Brown, and poor students, are experiencing trauma like the loss of loved ones, isolation, and family economic loss at frighteningly high rates. My office represents these students. The disabling impacts of trauma affect all aspects of their learning, their ability to process and retain information, their ability to engage with educators and peers, and their ability to develop social emotional skills. The pandemic has exacerbated these challenges as students' mental health worsens and as remote learning limits their access to mandated supports and services. Our schools are ill-equipped to support students with trauma. Often, they respond to trauma in ways that neglect students' needs, punish students for their disabilities, or take actions that traumatize students and staff alike. If schools continue to take this approach when they fully reopen, we will see disastrous results. That's why we're calling on the DOE to adopt a healing-centered approach across all schools. Healing-centered schools train their staff to understand the impact of trauma and engage in a process of whole school change to adopt healing-centered practices inside and outside the classroom. These practices reduce behavioral challenges, suspensions, and staff burnout. The DOE has taken early steps towards this change, but we must take greater action now if we want schools to be prepared to support students with trauma and behavioral disabilities. We commend the DOE for adopting staff-wide training on trauma-responsive educational practices, a training we recommended. But these trainings won't have an impact unless the DOE prioritizes healing-centered practices and invests time and existing resources to help schools adopt this model. We would appreciate the opportunity to discuss healing-centered schools with your committees. There is time to plan ahead and to be proactive. We urge the DOE to use it well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge for the record that we were joined earlier by Councilmember Salamanca. So next we'll hear from Charlotte Pope, Girls for Gender Equity.
Clock is ready.
Thank you, Chair Traeger, Chair Ayala, and members and staff of the committees. My name is Charlotte Pope, and I'm speaking on behalf of Girls for Gender Equity. We wanted to raise issues of school climate with the framework that actual or perceived disability has served as a driver of surveillance, discipline, policing, and punishment for girls and gender-expansive youth of color and the young people we work with. In prior school years, thousands of students were forcibly removed by police and hospitalized under the category of child in crisis incidents, disproportionately targeting students with disabilities. When we look at the NYPD reporting for the spring during remote learning, we do see child in crisis police removals from regional enrichment centers. We've not heard a commitment from the DOE to discourage this practice during a school year that must be focused on healing and care, and we're demanding that no student in emotional distress or crisis be responded to with police during in-person learning. We also know that in New York City schools, students with disabilities are more than twice as likely to be suspended than students without disabilities, and we're calling on the DOE to immediately withdraw pending or proposed suspensions from the previous school year. And while we disagree with the use of last year's discipline code this year, the guidance on facial coverings we've seen from the Office of Student Health does clarify that expectation of mask wearing should, quote, not lead to new conflict. We recommend that the DOE explicitly prohibit suspensions related to compliance with public health measures and ensure that students with disabilities receive positive behavioral supports instead of discipline or removal to remote-only instruction. Thank you again.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Kimberly Olson, New York City Arts and Education Roundtable.
Clock is ready.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your leadership and commitment to equity in our schools. My name is Kimberly Olson, and I come to you today as the Executive Director of the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable, and also as a teaching artist who has taught theater in District 75 and ICT classrooms throughout the city.
Is it possible to increase the volume? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I apologize.
Sure thing. I can also talk louder. I'm here to highlight the importance of ensuring that students with disabilities participate in rich arts and arts education services. This can be accomplished by 1, continuing partnerships between New York City cultural organizations and our public schools, and 2, maintaining certified arts teachers and ensuring that they are assigned to teach in their licensed artistic discipline. Without thousands of additional teachers to staff in-person and remote classes, arts teachers are being reassigned to teach non-arts subjects. Delays in contract approvals, cuts to arts partnerships grants serving students with disabilities at over 300 schools, and unconfirmed arts education budgets at school and central levels are preventing cultural organizations from continuing longstanding partnerships. Arts are disappearing from our classrooms across the city as students need them the most. The Roundtable is a service organization who builds its efforts around the values that arts are essential and that arts education is a right for all New York City students. For students with disabilities, the knowledge and skills development gained through the arts can play a critical role in their overall success. Critical because the arts offer unique opportunities for students to develop awareness that broadens their perspective, celebrates their differing talents and creativity, and encourages their acceptance of others. In addition, all of that to helping students meet their IEP goals, supporting their healing, and positively impacting their school attendance rate. And yet, as schools grapple with a year of remote and blended learning, many are missing this essential piece of their curriculum. On behalf of the Roundtable's membership of over 120 organizations, we request City Council's help in preventing schools from stripping away resources from our students with disabilities to make up for budget shortfalls. The arts are essential in our schools now and forever. Thank you.
Time is expired.
And next we'll hear from Jennifer Rodriguez from the New York City Charter Schools.
Clock is ready.
Oh, Jennifer, just one moment. We just need to unmute you. Sorry. There we go. Can we unmute Jennifer Rodriguez again, please? There we go.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Traeger and members of the Council Committee. My name is Jennifer Rodriguez, and I'm the Inclusive Education Specialist at the Collaborative for Inclusive Ed within the New York City Charter School Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The Charter Center and the Collaborative work to support charter schools to ensure they can effectively serve students inclusively and equitably. During this tumultuous time, we have continued to emphasize the need to prioritize our most vulnerable students as schools move forward. We have also consistently partnered with the DOE to discuss how special education policy changes during COVID are affecting special education students affecting public charter schools. As a special education teacher and administrator for over a decade in both district and charter schools, I'm deeply committed to the idea that access is a right and needs to be protected. Especially during this time of remote learning, we are emphasizing the need for student-centered instruction, multiple entry points through universal design for learning, and trauma-informed practice that supports student social and emotional development. We would applaud any efforts the city made to expand mental health services and advocate that all communities be included. We admire the city's creation of the Learning Bridges program and would advocate for charter school families who are a vital part of the New York City community to be included in this effort and all efforts aimed at supporting families during this critical time. While charter schools are autonomous in many aspects, the DOE is the LEA for special education in New York City, which means all decisions about the provision of special education services for charter students are made by the DOE's Committee on Special Education. We appreciate the DOE's efforts around the introduction of teletherapy for related services during remote learning. Unfortunately, the data around charter school special education services continues to not be reported. We would like to reiterate that charter students are public school students, and we respectfully request that the same data that is available on district school special education services be made available to parents and the community about the provision of special education services for charter school students. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And our final panelist for this panel is Young Se Bae.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Young Sabe, Executive Director of a Community Inclusion and Development Alliance, CIDA, located in Queens, New York. We are a grassroots organization and parent center that serves Asian American families who have children with a disability. I may have to repeat whatever everyone has said already. I have a particularly testimony regarding the communication between the schools and the DOE. The Asian American families who have children with a disability, especially those who have a significant disability and mental disorders, this has been unbearably difficult time, especially those who have language barriers. In this midst of chaos, the most pressing issues are communication between the families and the school regarding the remote learning. And unfortunately, as many parents already addressed, this is not a brand new issue. The feeling of hopeless and becoming much deeper and profound across the community and many families, and gave up on their children's making progress during this year. I would like to believe the DOE's representatives' response on the students are making progress toward their annual goals, but it's really not happening on our ground level. Secondly, the families are very confused about the IP goals, how that will be implemented, how the progress is measured, and how the goal for the next year will be developed based on the current situation. The DOE website, as everybody shared at the beginning of this the conference meeting, the program adaptation document PAD, which is supposed to be delivered to the families by September 21. We found that many families still don't have the PAD or RAD. Just last year night, we had a short family meeting and then spread the chat meetings with the 97 Korean American family members. No one has received any PADs. So, we do understand this is a very difficult time, then we should expect changes, but it would be great that DOE shares what parents should expect, based on this remote learning situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Traeger. That concludes this panel. If you or Chair Ayala have any questions. All right, thank you to this panel. We will go to our next panel. And on our next panel, we will be calling Lori Hannon, Anna Fridman, Debbie Bruckman, and Leticia Romaro. And we will start with Lori.
I'm ready. Okay.
You may begin.
Okay, thank you, Chairs Traeger and Ayala and the council people for putting this all together. In this, I'm an Arise Coalition member, but I'm speaking today as a parent. In this city, ever since the lockdowns began, children with disabilities are having their federally guaranteed rights to a free and appropriate public education violated. They're suffering and regressing, and their families are suffering with them while we try to work and teach our children. My son, Adam, is autistic. Adam and his 7 autistic third grade classmates at PSMS 219 in Queens are a few of these children struggling through inaccessible online instruction and inconsistent access to a classroom and therapy schedule that works for them. I share our story here so that you will finally hear their voices. Adam and his classmates attend a program for students with autism called Horizon, one of the ASD programs. They are not in District 75. There are many students. Horizon offers specialized instruction and a self-contained class of 8 within community schools. There are many students like Adam who attend restrictive non-District 75 placements in community schools, and these students and programs have really not been considered in the reopening plans or discussions, and we feel like they've been forgotten. Without system-wide special education reopening guidelines from the mayor and the DOE, decisions about special education have been left to individual schools, sometimes with unfortunate results. Adam's principal chose not to apply for an exemption for them to attend school full-time despite their need for this and despite the fact that there's space in this school. Other Horizon programs did apply for and were granted this exemption. Adam's principal told us that in his judgment, the Horizon students did not warrant any special consideration relative to other populations in the school despite their significant disability. Our children happen to have a wonderful teacher, they have their related services, but they cannot learn remotely. With our family story in mind, I make the following recommendations about special education during this unprecedented time. Students with disabilities who have such intensive support needs that they require a self-contained placement of 12 or fewer students, just 1 second, should attend school at least 4 days a week. The DOE needs to help to set up system-wide guidance on this. Our kids with autism are not okay, and remote learning is not working. Just ask any of the parents. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Anna Friedman.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Anna Friedman. I'm a mom of 3 special needs boys. They're all autistic, nonverbal. Special education has been nothing short of a disaster. Since the remote learning has not worked at all for us, we were very excited when the school has reopened. And we were really hopeful that the DOE will start following the children's IEPs, providing speech, OT, PT, and ABA services. But once again, the DOE showed us, the parents, that they could care less about our children's needs, and they do not feel the need to follow their IEPs. We were informed that not everything on the IEP will be followed because there's a shortage of providers. And then again, our schools got shut down because we were in the red zone. And special needs children are to home again. Once again, my children were left with no services whatsoever because they're not able to participate in remote learning. I'm not sure how DOE, our governor, our chancellor do not consider special education as an essential service. Our children need special education and being in school and routine to survive and thrive. I really am begging people to consider special education as an essential service and think of our children and what we could do better for them. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Debbie Bruckman.
Time starts now.
Let's unmute Debbie.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Debbie Bruckman, and I have 2 sons in public school. One is in 11th grade, who is neurotypical, and I have my younger son in 8th grade is with ICT, meaning inclusion with 2 teachers per class. ICT, or the inclusion model, is a long proven success for both my kids. Unfortunately, due to the steep need for more teachers during the pandemic to accommodate 2 schools in the school, remote and blended, the DOE is not providing fair and equitable education for my children with ICT placement because there is simply no ICT happening. So MS 447, where he is in Brooklyn, is an all-inclusion school. We are currently missing 37 teachers to run it as an inclusion school. None of my child's classes are being taught by 2 teachers together. Instead, he is taught often with 1 general education teacher on a Zoom with up to 27 students, and many of those students have disabilities. So instead of having a special ed teacher modify in real time during the class by forming small groups or presenting information visually or repeating or reframing, I can report that my child is lost, as are the other kids on that Zoom, despite that really high caliber of gen ed teachers. It's not their fault. The 20 minutes of office hours, which we've been offered a day, to make up for what they didn't learn is not enough time to meet with every single subject matter teacher, right? So exponentially, they've all fallen behind in every single subject. So the truth is my kid has gone from an honor roll student at math and science who loves school to a struggling student with sadness and lost confidence and frustration and anger. I have never come to a city council meeting ever in my life. This is something new for me, but I need to bring this to your attention. By not providing ICT with 2 teachers, his access to education has been diminished. We know how to educate these kids with autism and dyslexia and physical disabilities and audio processing disorders. I'm going to take a little more time since I was muted in the beginning, and other learning challenges, but we are missing the teachers needed to accomplish this. So I would just like to point out this is illegal. This is a federally mandated IEP not being followed. I don't care what the DOE says. It's morally wrong, and it is so disappointing because it's a system that works. And I want to shout out to the heroic staff that MS 447 staff is doing, trying to help those just 150 kids there with IEPs, with ICT placement. They are rock stars finding Band-Aids in the air. So please help the city hire more special ed teachers. Listen to the principals. They know what they need. And that's it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. And next we'll hear from Leticia Romaro.
Time starts now.
Can we go ahead and, there we go,
Yeah.
You're unmuted.
Good morning, good afternoon, Council Members Traeger and Ayala and the members of the committee. My name is Leticia Romaro and I am the parent of a special needs child. I'm here today to keep my promise to my now deceased son, Robert, to continue to fight for those students who have special needs. Fighting is a common theme for families of special needs children. We fight for virtually everything they need and against preconceived bias. The last place we expect to have to fight is the Department of Education, the largest, most talented education organization in the world. But alas, here I am. The children in District 75 are children in small classrooms with paras for a reason. They need one-on-one attention and they become agitated, disoriented, and anxious whenever their routine is disrupted. Dr. Chen and Ms. Foti know this, as does everyone on this panel. So who made the decision that blended learning would be helpful for these students? District 75 parents, Annette Reyes, says her son Joseph is having toileting accidents, throwing tantrums, and isn't sleeping at night. Marie Farrell's daughter, Elizabeth, becomes agitated at the sight of an iPad. She can only tolerate a minute, and that minute upsets her so much it takes the whole day to calm her. Francis Gravity's son, Gavin, screams and has outbursts. His mental health is deteriorating. Diane Glinskaya's son, Michael, is self-injuring, banging his head against the wall and stomping his feet so hard that the landlord is asking them to leave when their lease is up. Depression, regression, and severe anxiety is the new normal for District 75 students. That is unacceptable. We must get our District 75 students back into their classrooms immediately. We must provide in-person services such as speech, OT, PT, and counseling. And if we can't, we must provide RSAs. We understand the monumental task you face teaching children during a COVID pandemic. We also know that parochial schools, and daycares and schools outside New York City have been getting it right. Please, you are the largest educational department in the world with talented principals and teachers. You can get it right. We can help you get it right, but you have to start delegating responsibilities to the principals who know their community best.
Thank you. And I actually forgot one person on this panel, so my apologies. But next we will hear from Kaveri Sengupta. If we could please go ahead and unmute Kaveri Sengupta.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Sorry, one moment. Good afternoon. My name is Kaveri Sengupta, and I am the Education Policy Coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, the nation's only Pan-Asian children and families advocacy organization, leading the fight for improved and equitable policies, systems, funding, and services. Thank you very much to the chairs and the members of their committees for giving us this opportunity to testify. The Asian Pacific American, or APA, population comprises over 15% of New York City and over 1.3 million people. Many in our diverse communities face high levels of poverty, overcrowding, uninsurance, and linguistic isolation. Yet the needs of the APA community are consistently overlooked, misunderstood, and uncounted. We are concerned about the most marginalized within our community, particularly our 15,138 APA students with disabilities who are both over and underrepresented in special education classrooms, depending on their diagnoses. There is also a large representation of Chinese-speaking families in District 75, which serves our most high-need students. First, we need the city to provide accurate data collection and disaggregation of data on students with disabilities, specifically to better understand the unique needs of APA students and L students with disabilities. Among other examples, we do not know the locations of L students speaking APA languages who have IEPs. We're also in the dark about students with IEPs who are not Ls but could still be from limited English proficient families. This lack of knowledge on zip codes, neighborhoods, and languages results in families continuing to remain uninformed about services that they have the right to access. We remain unable to meet our families' needs. Second, the city must provide more multilingual evaluators and service providers who are able to communicate with families in their languages in a culturally responsive way. There has been a persistent lack of multilingual evaluators and providers, and we need proactive systems providing interpretation and translation. The city must prioritize outreach to families. Simple availability of resources by no means guarantees that families will be aware of their existence. The longer families are denied access to bilingual evaluations, the harder it is for them and their children to catch up, particularly during COVID. Can I finish?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Moreover, if children do receive an IEP, families may be unable to understand them. In the wake of the pandemic, we've heard from organizations whose clients have been unable to access an evaluation for disability and are therefore unaware if their children need an IEP. Many are not even aware that such an evaluation exists. These families may be recent immigrants, and the compounded experiences of navigating a new country, handling COVID, and figuring out how to access special education services, which is an already complicated process, are incredibly challenging. When we don't inform families about their rights, we deny them services that they are legally entitled to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that concludes the testimony for this panel. Chairs Traeger or Ayala, do either of you have any questions? Okay. Do any council members that are still with us have any questions? Seeing no hands, it appears from my list that we have no more panels. I know people have been, some people had issues before with Zoom dropping in and out. So if there's anyone that we have not called on, if you could please use the raise hand function in Zoom right now, we will call on you to testify. And not seeing any hands, it looks like Chairs Ayala and Traeger, we have concluded all public testimony for this hearing. And I will just note for the record, to remind everyone that the Education Committee will be back November 18th for a hearing on social emotional needs as we look at the reopening of New York City schools. So Chairs Traeger and Ayala, I will turn it to you for closing statements.
Thank you, Malcolm. This is a very sobering, this is a very difficult hearing. And we have a lot of work to do and we don't have time. And as I mentioned earlier, and I want to just acknowledge the work of my co-chair, Councilmember Ayala, who I've spoken with a number of times during the pandemic, and also recently again about the needs of our kids. We have a great leader and a great chair, and Councilmember Diana Ayala. I'm very proud to work with her and learn from her and all of my colleagues. As I mentioned earlier, this is not a game with the administration. No one's looking to score points. No one's looking to, this is about the kids. You know, as a teacher, I remember every decision I made in that class was about centering the needs of our children, all of our children. And the reason why we need this information is to better fight for them. And we just don't have enough information right now. And quite frankly, I think we're hearing further evidence of an indictment of this blended learning model, which is really not meeting the needs of children who just need more, who deserve more, who are entitled to more, legally entitled to more. It's not working. And that's why I mentioned earlier, the mayor should put ego and pride aside and immediately revisit this model and rework it, revamp it to provide more in-person options and services for children and families who need it the most. It's just, this is just not working. These are, I think someone mentioned before about, I think it was to the credit of Tanisha Grant, I want to thank her publicly for her powerful words, that this is not just data, this is what people are living through every single day. And as a teacher, I know that when I taught a Regents class, if a student missed 1 or 2 days of instruction, that was a lot. Kids missing weeks and months of instruction. This is generational, folks. This is not just temporary. This carries on for the rest of their lives, and this is generational now. And so we need to immediately respond and deal with this crisis. And as I mentioned earlier, we will use every tool that we have in the council toolbox. We don't have much power because of mayoral control, but we have the power to force them to report data. And if they don't do so in a timely fashion, as we did earlier, we reserve the right to issue more subpoenas to get information immediately on behalf of our students and our families. So I want to just thank my co-chair, my colleagues, the incredible staff. I want to give another virtual applause to the staff of the City Council, my staff, the central staff. They are incredible. They work very, very hard on behalf of the public as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to my co-chair, the awesome Councilmember Diana Ayala. Thank you so much, co-chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Traeger. I thank you for allowing us to jointly host this hearing today, because it was really important to me that we do so. I remember us speaking a few months ago, and it was the moment that I realized that there was an assumption that once school went into virtual setting, that all children would automatically be equipped with the technology that they needed to successfully do that. And when I realized that that was dependent on the level of technology available to them at each school, my heart sunk, because I knew instinctively that that meant that the children that I represent, that my children in my community, and that children in communities that look so much like mine, were not really receiving the level of education that they deserve, because they did not have access to this equipment. And so coupling that with the needs of children with disabilities, which require a more specialized level of education, it's really important for us to highlight these issues and to really work with the administration to rectify them. And that is why, I was really disappointed to hear today's hearing that, there wasn't much data available to be provided, even though the request was made days ago to ensure that the information would be available to everyone that was watching here today. So I hope that we're able to get that information as soon as possible, and I'm happy to share that so that we are all on the same page about where we stand in terms of access to resources via technology. And also I'm really curious to hear back on the staffing ratios and what that looks like by borough and by district. So thank you again, and thank you to everybody that stayed and everyone that came in to testify. This was, I think, a really valuable hearing, and I hope to be able to come back with some more positive news in the near future.
Thank you, Councilmember. And with that, we will